an answer to this stupid question. What is frozen to make dry ice? 215-263-WMMR. It is Dan that we'll check in with. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Morning.
All right, Dan, what is frozen to make dry ice?
Carbon dioxide.
Correct, sir. Just a moment. We'll get your info. You're going to go see Stavros Halkias Saturday, November 4th at the Met. And tickets for 2 shows that night are on sale now via Ticketmaster, by the way. All right, so there's a few celebrity stories, and we'll go through these. We'll start with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He agrees with his fans that there are a few things wrong with his new wax figure, which debuted at the Grevin Museum in Paris recently.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
It looks weird. I mean, listen, you always get an uncanny valley kind of thing when you look at the wax figures, but some of them are really good. This one's just off.
The Jumanji actor shared a video from comedian James Jefferson, who is criticizing the outcome to Instagram on Sunday. So Jefferson says in the video, "This is a wax figure of The Rock. You know, black-ass Samoan The Rock. They turned The Rock into a pebble. They done turned The Rock into a vinyl rock or something like that. It looks like The Rock It looks like The Rock ain't ever seen the sun a day in his life."
He does. He bizarrely looks completely Caucasian.
Yeah, the complexion is too pale. And The Rock said that he belly laughed when Jefferson joked, "Is that how y'all felt when you lost The Little Mermaid?" referring to the backlash that Halle Bailey received for starring in the live-action remake.
Have you ever seen one that just blew you away?
Absolutely,
like
several of them.
Yeah, like at Trousseau's, or some of them are just disturbingly accurate.
Yeah, we went to the one on Hollywood Boulevard, and there were some that were okay,
Yeah.
but there were others that I'm like, they nailed it. That was spot on. So they can be impressive.
The word is they don't use any, at least till a few years ago, weren't using like 3D mapping or all that stuff. They were doing it from paintings and drawings and photographs.
Yeah, they use, sometimes they'll bring them in and they'll use little calipers and things like that.
Just to get the measurements.
The exact measurements of the facial features. And then, sculptors are pretty amazing at what they can do. Johnson added in the caption, "For the record, I'm going to have my team reach out to our friends at Grevin Museum in Paris, France, so that we can work on updating my wax figure here with some important details and improvements, starting with my skin color." So they may work on that. Mary Lou Retton is home from the hospital. The gymnast, her daughter, McKenna Kelly, had posted on Instagram on Monday and said that the former Olympic gymnast has been released from a Texas hospital following a multi-week bout with a rare form of pneumonia. She wrote, "Mom is home and in recovery mode. We still have a long road of recovery ahead of us, but baby steps." She said, "We're overwhelmed with the love and support from everyone. Grateful doesn't scrape the surface of the posture of our hearts." It was nearly 2 weeks ago, Kelly had first shared the news that her 55-year-old mother was hospitalizing, quote, "fighting for her life." In a statement to People at the time, Shayla Kelly Sheffer, who is Retton's eldest daughter, said the family's number one concern was the well-being of our mom. As fans flocked to the fundraising page, which raised more than $459,000 as of Monday, McKenna and her sister provided updates on their mom's condition, which improved and then endured a scary setback. While the family has been excited by Retton's progress, Sheffer revealed that the gymnast's road back to health has not been straightforward. In addition to McKenna and Shayla, Retton and her ex-husband Shannon Kelly share daughters Skyla and Emma as well. And on Monday, in her latest update, McKenna underscored the family's continued gratitude.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so she's doing better, but she's not completely out of the woods, but it looks like things are heading definitely in the right direction. Jeremy Renner, talk about a guy who bounced back.
I mean, if there was a guy who looked like he was departing this world, it was him. He got run over by a 14 or how many tons snowplow?
Yeah. He might be putting out an album based on the tragic snowplow accident that left him with more than 30 broken bones on New Year's Day.
He's got to title it Mr. Plow.
The Avengers star announced the news with an Instagram post sharing what looks to be an album cover. Renner wrote that the collection of songs follows, quote, different milestones in his journey of recovery. The title of the collection is called Love and Titanium, which stems from an interview that the actor gave to ABC News earlier this year. He said, I've lost a lot of flesh and bone in this experience, but I've been refueled and refilled with love and titanium. So
yes.
Going with that.
We have a bit of it.
That's the title track.
Yeah.
In his Instagram post, he added, Love and Titanium has been painful, deeply healing, and ultimately cathartic for me to create. And I hope I get the courage to share with you all. So we will see what all that entails.
It's Mr. Plow.
All right, so Paris Hilton has responded to sick comments about the size of her son's head.
Thick.
I feel bad for her.
Yeah.
This is, you don't need to do that. And yes, there are pictures of the kid, and his head does look large. But he's
babies have big heads.
It's an absolute baby.
And even if it was an adult with a big head, you know, leave that person alone. For crying out loud, big heads unite. Right? You with me?
BHU.
What's that about? What? Am I getting defensive?
Big heads uniting.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, okay.
Paris Hilton addressed all the comments that she received about her son Phoenix after she posted a photo of herself holding him to Instagram on Friday.
I mean,
The kid's
come
cute.
on. He's a baby.
Listen, and of course, it's a gigantic head. No, the kid looks adorable.
She said, there are some sick people in this world. My angel is perfectly healthy. And yes, of course, he has been to a doctor. He just has a large brain, she wrote in the comments section. So no need to go after a baby, folks. Come on.
Stupid baby.
Jennifer Garner is grateful for her friendship with Reese Witherspoon.
Oh, that's good.
Isn't that nice?
That's pretty cool.
Moving
This
on.
just in, we're going to have to break away from that war coverage. Reese Witherspoon is grateful for her relationship with Jennifer Garner.
People
I'd
report.
like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
We're going down to Chrysagon the Skull Dealer outside the Pentagon.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
People report that her recent Shine Away event in Los Angeles, the Alias actress said, I think back to being pregnant. This one, Witherspoon, Reese was sitting with me. She said, I think back to going through a very public, very hard moment in my life. She was right there, and the way I needed to get through it was dance cardio.
Dance cardio.
And I danced, cardioed so hard, we broke her foot, but she kept going.
I'd like to apologize to my dance cardio instructor.
The 13 going on 30 actress did not share what public moment she was referring to, but apparently it was a big...
Have you ever bonded with someone over dance cardio, Preston?
No, I've not.
Kathy?
I've not.
I actually have been looking for a dance cardio class. There's none near me. There's a great studio out in Doylestown. That's too far. So if you know of any dance cardio classes, let me know.
However, Steve, I did make one of my best friends during Jazzercise.
Jazzercise is really it.
Yeah.
So I have a lifelong friend from Tybo, Preston.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we all have our
I
connections.
did. By the way, I did all those.
Did you?
Oh yeah. When
Tybo?
when Suzanne Summers died, my friend, just like Arani sang, she messaged me because we did the Suzanne Summers diet. She goes, "What's next? What was Tybo's name?"
Billy Blanks.
She goes, "What's next? Billy Blanks."
Right. Yeah. And follow that up with Sweating to the Oldies.
Yeah.
Slam in.
And Flirty Fit and
Flirty
a
Fit.
few other ones.
I didn't do Sweating with the Oldies, but my mom did. I remember her doing that right in front of the TV.
Pete Davidson isn't the only one moving on following his split from Chase Sui Wonders in late August. Page Six reports that the actress was photographed linking arms with Stranger Things star Joe Keery
Oh.
in Manhattan on Sunday.
How about that?
Yeah.
Was he having Wetzel's
He
pretzels?
was enjoying his Wetzel's pretzels courtesy of Casey.
Yeah.
Casey had couldn't stop going on with Joe Keery.
Now get back to work.
Yeah. He knew all about Wetzel's Pretzels. It was a
He
brand
did.
new thing for me.
Yeah.
By the way, did you guys know he's a musician?
I did, yeah.
Oh.
Caroline listens to his music all the time. So
Is it
therefore
good?
I listen to his music all the time. Yeah, it's cool. It's not bad. I mean,
Yeah.
so there's no hits, but it's kind of alt rocky, and he's pretty decent.
Oh, there's Alt Rocky.
Oh,
That's right. I got my eyeliner on. And I'm listening to an album by Chris Gaines.
At one point, she had her arm wrapped around his shoulder and showed him
Don't
something
harsh my buzz, bro.
on her phone. So apparently they're seeing each other.
Is
I
All
guess.
Rocky and Emo Rocky the same guy?
Same guy.
Old Rocky.
I
I want to see old Mickey.
I'll pick you up. We'll go to the Cure concert.
Oh, Mick. Wow. Netflix has dropped the official trailer for Squid Game, The Challenge, the reality game show based on the hit Korean drama, and it came out on Monday.
Did you watch the hit Korean drama?
I did not watch the
Okay.
hit Korean drama, no. I watched, I've seen clips of it. I know what it's about, but
Yeah.
I didn't
It was good. I wasn't
dive into it.
as blown away as a lot of people were by it. No pun intended.
So you watch as 456 contestants compete in Squid Game-style challenges for a $4.5 million prize. Wow.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I want to see actual squid compete.
Deadline reports that 3 contestants received medical attention while filming the red light, green light segment. But a spokesperson said all the appropriate safety precautions have been taken by production at the time.
Are they actually shooting them?
I don't think so.
Is it being filmed here or is it Korean?
That's a good
Korea.
question.
Yeah, it's. I believe it's in Korea.
Okay, well
Case.
then there you go. That's why $4.5 million. Because if you remember in the Squid Game, the prize was like $1 billion won or
Like a
kwan. Or,
billion.
yeah.
Yeah, the alternative Rocky here. Yeah, that could be.
I'm pretty sure. Case that it takes place. But listen, I've been wrong before, so
No.
who knows?
Just got a text. I was at the Semisonic concert.
Semisonic.
We have a
It's
picture
fake alt rock.
of
Yeah.
Robert Smith.
Well, he's the
meets-
cure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm the Cure.
All right, so I think we might have audio of this. If not, see if we can get this over. But yeah, we do. So Britney Spears had an audition for the leading role of Allie in The Notebook, and the tape were shared online by the Daily Mail on Monday, and it shows the singer breaking down into tears as she performs a pivotal scene from the movie alongside Ryan Gosling.
Is it good?
Apparently, she was fantastic in the audition
I thought
process.
it was pretty good.
according to the casting director.
Yeah.
He said that she beat out several of the top female actresses at the time: Scarlett Johansson, Claire Danes, Kate Bosworth, Jamie King, and Mandy Moore. They all auditioned for the role, but Rachel McAdams ended up getting the part.
Are you that movie gets you? I mean, you can try to resist it, but it's going to get you, especially in the wrap up when you realize everything that's gone on.
It's been so long since I've seen it, but yeah, I remember enjoying it. It's a great romance film with
kaiju
twist to it. So, but we have audio of this if you guys want to hear it. It's Brittany playing the role or auditioning for the role.
No, I'm so confused. It may not seem like it, but I really am. For 7 years, no matter what I did, I couldn't get you out of my mind. And then I met Lon, and I told him I'd marry him, and I want to marry him. I really do. But then I saw your picture in the paper, and I knew I had to see you again because we never really finished things, not really. And now I'm here, and it's like I feel so much, and all these adulthood feelings have come back, and I don't know, but I still love Lon, and I'd never break off our marriage. I would never do that. But basically, all I want to do is crawl in a hole and stay there for the rest of my life. You tell me what I should do. Tell me. Should I leave before I make a freaking total mess of things, or just stay here and absorb whatever time we have left together? Please, tell me, what should I do?
So apparently, yeah, they said the casting director said she was fantastic.
There you go.
But Rachel was better, and obviously the right actress for that.
The rest is history.
Yeah. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Ava DuVernay's new film titled Origin will compete for all the major awards as an original screenplay rather than an adaptation. Despite previous reports, the film was inspired by Isabel Wilkerson's book Cast, The Origins of Our Discontent, but it is not an adaptation of the book. King Richard actress Anjanou Ellis Taylor is going to play Wilkerson in the film. Here's a little bit of dirt for you. Terry Copley is denying John Stamos' allegation that she cheated on him with Tony Danza.
That's right.
The Full House actor
Never happened.
wrote about finding Copley and Danza in bed together in his new memoir titled If You Would Have Told Me. The pair were a couple in the 80s, and Stamos writes that he drove to the We Got It Made actress's house because he couldn't get a hold of her. What he found, he writes, was his worst nightmare. He said, the blinds are closed, but the door is slightly open. I take a peek inside to see 4 feet protruding from a shabby chic floral print duvet that once kept me warm. He said, my tiny dancer is in bed with Mr. Porsche Speedster. They are sleeping. I can't tell who he is, but I recognize Terry's ass barely covered by the sheets.
Yeah, everyone.
Now, Copley said in a statement to People that they were broken up when this happened. So it happened, but they were broken up at the time.
It's a chronological dispute.
Yes.
Were they together or were they completely over and he just showed up?
So she said, I wondered what was John doing there because we had broken up. He just looked at me, shook his head, and walked away. So apparently that happened.
Sorry, she's my girlfriend now.
But she was saying it wasn't during a time when they were together.
What do I know this? I mean, we're looking at a picture of her.
She was on a much maligned, short-lived show called We've Got It Made, or We Got It Made, and she was a Playboy Playmate, and the show was just a disaster for NBC.
Ah, okay.
And so that's where she's from, but it was,
she went running,
a flash in the pan.
She went running to Tony Danza.
I can help you.
And apparently it was love forever after that.
Stamos, though, for as good-looking a guy as he is, he's lost some Rebecca Romaine.
Yeah.
All right. Terry Copley.
Yeah.
He's had his heart broken.
He has. The poor
guy.
Wow. I had one final story. You guys are going to like this. Poison's frontman, Bret Michaels, good friend of ours now.
Yeah.
Heard a story about a dog named after him in Nebraska and reportedly reached out and adopted the animal.
Was that at a shelter?
The Nebraska Humane Society recently posted a story about a 6-year-old husky named Bret Michaels. 3 kittens were brought into the rescue recently. 2 of the 3 were doing well, but one of them had signs of flea anemia. The kitten needed some blood, but transfusions are normally hard for cats because they do not have a universal type of blood. Bret Michaels, the dog, had his blood work done earlier that day, so he became a candidate to help out the cat. The canine blood could be used for transfusions for cats, apparently. The Humane Society said even with the first round of transfusion, the kitten started to show signs of improvement. And the former frontman of Poison, Bret Michaels, himself got word of the dog, Bret Michaels' story, and contacted the Nebraska Humane Society to adopt him.
Matters of blood, right? So Bret Michaels has been dealing with diabetes all of his life and has had transfusions, so this is the perfect animal for him.
So the Nebraska Humane Society said on their Facebook page, we can't wait to see how he thrives in his new home. We just hope it doesn't get too confusing when someone tells Bret Michaels to fetch. So isn't that nice?
Well, what you do then, if you're running some sort of shelter around the country, start naming your intakes after rock stars.
Yeah, you'll get them
right
taken care of like that.
This is Mike Reno.
All right, we're ready for the clips now. The plus one is about a woman who plans her destination wedding, but her carefully laid plans are thrown into disarray when her man of honor brings his ex from hell. Here, director Eric White talks about the inspiration behind this film.
It's what makes this different is, for one, it's a wedding rom-com, but there's always that person in every group, in every clique, in every party who they mean well, but they're going to do the wrong thing. They're going to say the wrong thing. So I just wanted to see that in this type of domain and this type of paradise, throwing a monkey wrench into the whole situation. That's why I loved it. It's a fun movie.
I don't give a
The plus one is currently available to rent or buy on digital platforms. Here's our next clip. Haunted Mansion, the story of a single mom who hires a tour guide, a psychic, a priest, and a historian to help exorcise her newly bought mansion after discovering it is inhabited by ghosts. In this clip, director Justin Simeon talks about his thoughts on the poor reviews.
It's a bummer, to be honest. Like, it's a bummer to feel like people don't get something that you're doing and that you've worked so hard on. But I don't typically read my own reviews. But on this one, I read a couple of them, and it felt like they were maybe, I don't know, I wasn't quite sure what movie they were talking about all the time. It felt like there were some other things going on in those reviews.
I'm scared.
Haunted Mansion is now available on 4K Ultra HD, Blu-ray, and DVD to stream on Disney Plus as well.
It was a bit of a bomb. I think it came out at a bad time.
Yeah, it didn't come out at Halloween.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out now. I started watching it.
What'd you think?
I was enjoying it. I watched it as I was falling asleep, and I fell asleep. So something I got to go back to. Also, man, that Goosebumps looks like it's a lot of fun, too.
I'm going to with Justin Long.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in this weekend and see it because it's getting pretty good reviews.
The first one, the Jack Black movie, was great.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
So.
But this is a series.
A series, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. All right, so that is the entertainment report. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment or two and hang out for the day. Don't forget, we have new Green Day to play this morning. We're going to do it as we get closer to 9 o'clock. It's called The American Dream. So get ready to hear that today. We'll be right back. In talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would
be brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri.
He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
With his law career.
Law school.
With this, yeah.
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
it
we
through
were
the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Because in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salvin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, it's a cup of good roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And, yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh.
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, nominally.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. We'll do some giveaways later on. Ember's Smokehouse and Tap has arrived. And,
Smells good.
Casey was going on about the cornbread. There's a couple good cornbread clips we should get from the Green Mile.
Ooh, yeah.
All I wanted was a little cornbread. There's another one where he says, smelling me some cornbread.
There's a Dave Matthews Band song called Cornbread.
Is there?
Yeah, it's kind of like a southern jam.
I was watching Dave yesterday. I was surfing the channels, and Because of Winn-Dixie was on, and I've never seen that movie.
It's a good movie. It's cute.
And I came in the middle where, so he's apparently an ex-con, and he was like wrongly arrested or something like that. And I was like, man, Dave.
I think that was his first movie.
Yeah, it was a sweet little character he was playing.
Because he shows up in like Sandler movies from time to time.
Little Nicky. He's like a white supremacist.
Yeah, go with
and
it.
Little Nicky?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, so there's like a no. Is it Little Nicky or is it the one where he's the Mossad?
Yeah, you don't mess with his Zohan.
Don't mess with his Zohan.
Oh, I never saw that movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's in that.
Okay. And of course, he's in I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry, too, which Sandler's in that, too. He doesn't have any dialogue. He just does a shop.
He's your man.
He's a shop owner. But yeah, Dave's solid. So, all right. But anyway, a song called Cornbread, you say?
Cornbread.
Cornbread.
Well, we'll do.
I thought you said rye bread. Yeah, Preston, there's a picture of him on the screen there.
All right.
So don't mess with his Zohan.
We'll do some giveaways with those guys. They brought by some $50 gift cards, and they are in Chalfont in case you are interested. But I think rather than just sit and chit chat about cornbread, it's time for Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
It's a new feature here on the Preston Steve Show.
I think we have a graphic. Yeah, there we go.
Totally Presbo. All right, which means stories that just kind of reached out and touched me.
Totally Presbo.
Yeah. So
Totally Presbo.
So I read this story yesterday. The Maverick godfather of bungee jumping.
Yeah.
Passed away. He died. He took the world's first bungee jump leap, clutching a bottle of champagne, and he did it without testing the rope.
You'd have to have some huge balls to do that.
So
I won't do it now.
This guy was a pretty wild person. David Kirk was his name. He was
Jerkwood.
He was born in 1945, the eldest of 7 children, and he birthed the worldwide phenomenon some 34 years later on April Fool's Day when, dressed in a top hat and fresh from an all-night party, he and his friends decided to bungee jump from Bristol's Clifton Suspension Bridge. He's English, by the way. Or was English. Bungee jumping was but one extraordinary stunt pioneered by Kirk and his friends in the name of good fun. Against the bleak backdrop of the 1970s Britain, Kirk and several friends co-founded the Dangerous Sports Club.
Oh, they're kind of like their version of the Jackass guys.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Only a little more regal.
Yeah.
Group
we're imbeciles.
Largely based in Oxford and London, they gained notable attention in the ensuing decade for their daredevil activities, often donning top hats and coattails and swigging champagne while they were doing this stuff.
So what was the original bungee cord made of?
So I'll explain. So the idea for the bungee jump had been inspired by a rite of passage on the island of Vanuatu.
We talked about this.
Known as land diving, which young men leap from high towers and use vines to break their fall before landing on the ground. It was in 1974 that the late Queen had visited the Pacific Island. Somebody actually died while she was there doing this.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
That same year, Kirk and his friends decided to attempt a similar feat, instead using elastic ropes that were used to help fighter jets land on aircraft carriers.
Which is pretty smart.
That's what they use.
The actual natives who started this, though, the ones who do it and do it well, it's pretty impressive to see because they actually make contact.
They hit the ground.
They hit the ground.
Yeah, Kirk said in 2019, we hadn't tested it or anything like that. We were called the Dangerous Sports Club, and testing it first wouldn't have been particularly dangerous. He said, I was confident, though. We had some very clever guys with us. Alan Weston went on to be the head of development at NASA.
Is that Bill's British cousin?
And they told me that it was going to be okay, and they had worked out the false extension curves of these ropes. Being the first of his friends to jump that morning, while police officers were staking out the bridge on the advice of concerned friends and family members and briefly wandered off, Kirk later recalled, when the other guys came down, I thought, whoopee, nobody's dead.
Guess what we get to do?
And it was a sort of fairly casual, easygoing recklessness. American novelists would call it the innocence of youth, but there it was. And while police arrested the group and took them to cells, Kirk recalled that the bemused officers had brought us in half-drunken bottles of wine that we left at the bridge, and we were fined or something like that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So at the beginning of bungee jumping, was it pursued more as kind of a sport rather than an attraction or a fun thing to do on vacation? Or
it was more just a stunt.
More like a stunt
than a sport. Yeah, they were just doing it to be outrageous.
Have you ever seen the guys who, and this is another facet of this type of thing, who actually use just regular rope?
No.
And they'll jump off. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they do it it's like an African culture thing, right?
But we were already talking about that.
But it's ported over into. So what they'll do is they'll stake the rope into stone on a cliffside, and they'll kind of measure the jumping distance. They'll go running out, jump, and let the rope become taut and swing them around. So there's no play in the rope whatsoever.
Right.
But they're basically doing the same thing as bungee jumpers.
No,
it's
I've
pretty
not seen
wild. Far more dangerous.
So soon afterwards, the Dangerous Sports Club carried out bungee jumps from the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, performed a televised jump from the Royal Gorge Suspension Bridge in Colorado.
Have you ever?
Yeah.
You done a bungee jump?
Yeah, scared the hell out of me.
Of course. If you didn't like skydiving.
Yeah, it was terrifying. I did that one time.
Once.
And as I jumped off, it took me a little while to get the courage to actually take the leap. And when I did, I was like, as soon as I went off, I'm like, oh, this is a bad idea.
That's the common, right? The response, people go, I shouldn't have done this.
But some people love it. Some people absolutely love it. But I had my fill.
Do you know what blew my mind was Kreischer's, Bert Kreischer's swing was at the O2 Arena where he did a huge bungee jump and swing?
No, it was an outdoor place, right? Was it like Wembley?
Might have been Wembley.
O2 is in indoor.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it might have been Wembley.
Kirk and the growing membership of the Dangerous Sports Club would go on to perform a host of mind-bending stunts in locations across the world. These would include Kirk sliding down the slopes of St. Moritz on a grand piano and an aborted bid to fly a car across Tower Bridge's open drawbridge. Members of the group catapulted themselves off cliffs, jumped off of Cheddar Gorge, and hang glided into 5,000 feet over a 5,000-foot cloud over Mount Kilimanjaro.
Man, that's risky stuff.
While the club's membership peaked in the 1980s, Kirk and his friends continued to push boundaries. In 1986, he was sponsored by Foster's Lager to fly across the channel tied to a kangaroo-shaped cluster of helium balloons, leading him to be prosecuted for flying without a pilot's license. In a more tragic turn, though, of events, two of Kirk's friends were charged with manslaughter and later acquitted over the death of a 19-year-old Oxford biochemistry student, Kostady Yankov, who died in 2002 after volunteering to be launched from a trebuchet.
Oh, wow.
And missing the safety net.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's outrageous. But this guy was he lived a crazy life.
How did he die?
He died, I assume, of some type of cancer or something like that. But his friend had said that he would have been horrified to learn that he died peacefully in his sleep.
Right,
or in his bed.
He wanted to go out big.
Yeah, but
I don't possess that risk. Have any of you? None of you. Have
I
done
used to a little bit, like want to be, a bit of a daredevil.
When I was young and dumb.
Yeah.
I did skydiving once. That was enough for me. I've never done bungee jumping. I'd like to try that. I want to try the thing where you get launched up. The slingshot thing. I've never done that either.
Done that.
They had that at Maury's.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah,
You've done a case?
Not at Maury's. I did it in Ocean City.
What'd you think of it?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's over and done with pretty quickly, but
Yeah.
Can you compare it to a roller coaster? Is it all like that, or is it a different sensation entirely?
different sensation entirely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you're pulling a little bit of G action, right?
Yeah. I mean, and I did this, gosh, I don't even know, 25 years ago.
All right.
So
you were young,
asking
dumb,
me to
and full
recount
of
and
custard.
it also lasts all of about 2 seconds. You know what I mean? So
right.
If you're lucky, you slap into a seagull, like that video.
That's awesome. So this was the first person to ever bungee jump.
Wow.
David Kirk, and he just passed away. So he was, how old was he? 77, I think I said.
That's pretty young.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's go into something else.
Totally Presbo.
All right, the boogeyman.
Yes.
There are boogeymen and folklore from around the world.
So, Michael Myers is the boogeyman.
Oh.
So that's, you remember the classic in the original Halloween, Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis says he was the boogeyman, and Dr. Loomis says, as a matter of fact, he was. So you learn that this is not just a man, he is the boogeyman.
Okay. So the Toy Zone mapped out monsters from every country, from Canada's 7 o'clock man to Nepal's Garamapa.
Well, that 7 o'clock man is scary. He shows up at 7 o'clock.
Every day. Now, what I don't have are all the stories of each of these boogeymen. There was a, and the story that I got this from is from one of those maps where you have to click on
that.
I know. It's because I can't print them up for...
There's nothing on
to
here.
share with you. There's nothing.
You can't.
And so there are just tons of different.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
In North America, head to Nicaragua for Tales of La Sigua, a cursed woman with the head of a horse.
Wow. So basically, Sarah Jessica Parker.
Dude.
Man.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Mexico has La Llorona.
Sex in the City.
Llorona. Llorona, I guess is that. La Llorona.
That's my Llorona.
That's a ghost who wanders in search of children. And here in the United States, they have written down the Jersey Devil as a type of boogeyman.
Okay, I love all these legends. Do you dig this stuff, or is it?
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Because also the similarity in as diverse as the cultures of the world are, they all tend to gravitate towards this, similar things that frighten us,
right,
as a species.
In Senegal, the Ninki Nanka.
Here, little
That doesn't sound scary.
Come here, my little Ninki Nanka. You always sound like Carol Channing.
That's right. I'm a Yankee. Well, hello, Yankee.
It's the Ninky Nanka.
Ninky Nanka. That's not scary at all.
It's a dragon-type creature who can cause illness just by touching a victim.
Oh, that's like an X-Man. Who's that X-Man? Makes people throw up. You saw it in Days of Future Past, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Throw up?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
But that wasn't simply, he was using that wasn't it. Or was that just it, that he could make people vomit? I thought he had more of like a telepathic, could command people to do things.
I feel like I remember that scene where they go into the army barracks and they're trying to free those people that are in there, and then one person like touches or does something and people are like, rah, and they
Is that
bark.
in a Deadpool 2 case? Is
that what that was?
Yeah. Zeitgeist?
Zeitgeist.
Maybe. I remember there's a character called Vertigo that could make you, all dizzy. and stuff.
Disoriented, yeah.
But anyway,
And then there's Ninky.
The Ninky Nanka. The boogeyman himself was invented in 15th century England as a way to keep children from wandering off into the woods.
So, and then all that is always effective. I like, for example, if you take like vampire lore, and I think I mentioned this before, in China, their vampires hop like almost like kangaroos.
Oh, wow.
Which is weird. And they don't drink blood; they drink the marrow from your bones.
That's pretty disturbing. Okay.
And they're and in fact, Mr. Vampire is a series. I believe it came out of China. I'm not sure. I'm getting a little bit of this wrong, but they're pretty much blind, but they can sense your breath.
Oh.
So if you hold your breath, they can't see you.
I love
it's kind of cool stuff like that.
Yeah. So the boogeyman. What I was trying to think of, there was another one. Oh, well, Slender Man.
Slender Man.
So we have more recent boogeymen too.
Yes, absolutely. Slender Man is exactly. In fact, there was a murder. There was a teenage girl's killed another girl because of the Slender Man myth.
Yeah. So they still exist and they still pop up in popular culture.
I thought the Jersey Devil lore was pretty cool about the woman cursed her own child and lived in the Pine Barrens.
And the baby turned into this winged thing and still lurks to this day.
There's a really good movie that came out, might have predated Blair Witch or in and around that time, called The Last Broadcast, and it has to do with the search for the Jersey Devil. And but it's well done.
All right, so apparently they're all around the world. You can do a little search on boogeymen around the world.
That's Halloween appropriate.
And there's some... I have another Halloween story, actually, here on Totally Presbo, if you're interested in that.
Totally Presbo.
All right, but this is Halloween costumes. Consumers are dropping more money than ever on Halloween with this year's total Halloween spending expected to reach
Total Halloween expending
a record of $12.2 billion.
Wow.
According to the National Retail Federation. That figure is almost $2 billion more than the $10.6 billion that people spent on the holiday in 2022.
Do you think it's just people chapping at the bit to get back to full Halloween gusto?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit of that.
Yeah.
I would think so. People are dishing out a record amount of money on costumes as well. Spending on adult, child, and pet costumes will reach $4.1 billion. That's nearly $1 billion more than pre-pandemic spending. There are costumes that remain popular every year for adults, like witches and vampires. This year, 5.8 million people are planning to dress as a witch, and 2.4 million plan to dress like a vampire. Spirit Halloween, the largest Halloween chain in the U.S., says that what's hot in pop culture determines the most popular costumes every year. So a new girl in town became the third most popular pick. There's a lot of Barbie.
Ton of Barbie. I have to imagine there's a fair amount of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Yes. But that's really kind of create your own costume type thing as opposed to going out and buying a costume.
Right, so the costumes are selling.
But yeah, so these are the ones that are selling. But yeah, I would imagine Taylor and Kelce are going to be the hot couple costume this year. The Barbie movie is the highest grossing movie of the
Kathy
year.
and Preston.
What's that?
That's a good costume. Kathy
and Preston. We'll make succulents together. So about 1.8 million people are planning to dress up as Barbie this year. For other most popular costumes this year, Spirit Halloween is looking at Wednesday, and the Addams Family in general, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh,
wow! That they still have a.
I guess that movie
swinging
did well.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Seth Rogen film.
Yeah, that stuff definitely informs a little bit of this.
Any Oppenheimers?
No Oppenheimers. When it comes to costumes inspired by iconic eras, last year, 1980s costumes were among the most popular. But this year, it's about tie-dye, bell-bottoms, and fringe dresses from the 1970s.
That's pretty wild.
Apparently.
Steve, I was thinking about you. I took a walk this weekend, and there's a neighborhood adjacent to mine, and there are a few houses that are over the top but awesome. You know,
I love
look
it.
really cool.
Yeah.
But it made me a little sad because there's that point in your life where your kids stop doing trick or treating, and Ben probably stopped 4 or 5 years ago, and just recognizing that's never going to happen again sucks.
So because I'm perpetually an imbecile and a 5-year-old, to me, setting that stuff up.
Well, it brings joy to a lot of other people.
The neighborhood really, and it's funny. What's really funny is that we have a little neighbor girl. Sweetest little girl. You'd think she'd be into the most, just delicate stuff. She loves the horror stuff, and I go. Kathy, you've been to the house.
Yeah.
I go a little harder with the zombie stuff, and it's the kids that love it. Like last year, I have pictures. It looked like the line outside of a top nightclub to get up to the house to collect candy, and people were coming from all around, and it was such a cool thing. To me, there was that transition where you were trick or treating, and then you were the candy dispenser at home, which was such a cool thing.
Yeah.
Seeing everybody guessing costumes. I love this whole thing. So in the monster category, in the paranormal, if you were to dress as a monster, what would you go with?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really dive into that world.
You're more comical, right? Or
yeah, I never really got into the monster thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I haven't really given it much thought.
Because you and Caroline would do.
Yes, we would do a couple's costume, a father-daughter costume thing, but we haven't done that in a few years, and that sucks.
She turned to you and said, "It's over, old man.
It's dead. We're dead." I don't know, but what about you?
So I was always Wolfman, and then I started to do my own zombie makeup, my own decrepit, and I got pretty good at it. That I tend to, much to Claire's chagrin, I tend to go obviously more horror, and she likes Raggedy Ann and Andy and all that. And I'm like, not quite the same thing.
Any of you guys dress up?
Not this year.
Yeah.
No, I like when Ben stopped doing it. To me, and I'll give out candy, but our neighborhood is a cul-de-sac, so we don't get a ton of visitors stopping by the house.
You know what I saw? I saw some really inventive costumes going into the Shamuin event this year that none of us were invited to. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not into it like we used to be. It really doesn't do much for me anymore.
I mean, I would if I was like invited to a party or something like that.
To dress up?
Yeah, but not on Halloween.
You're not just going to sit in the house.
No,
in
my costume.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Preston, is your neighborhood still hopping? You still get a
Oh
lot
my
of kids?
God,
Okay.
yes, it's mobbed.
Yeah.
It's a crazy night in the neighborhood. So many kids in our neighborhood, and people come from other neighborhoods, and because there's like 300 houses in the neighborhood.
It's a gold mine.
Yeah,
my wife will buy the initial run of candy, and she'll bring it home, and I'll chuckle. And then I go out and get a whole bunch and hide it in the trunk because I know that we'll get, especially if the weather is good.
Yeah.
We'll get
I've shown you guys the videos of the golf carts that come through my neighborhood. Right,
I love it.
All the lights on them.
I want to get
music
one.
playing and all that stuff. But it's like now it's like you live in the villages. There's just like everybody's got a golf cart and they're driving around. But so the most popular costume this year for children is Spider-Man. 2.6 million planning to dress as the superhero.
Isn't Spider-Man the most popular of the comic book superheroes?
I don't know.
In comic book sales?
Not sure.
Yeah.
And also they've seen a huge rise in Bluey as a costume.
It's a sex act.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, is that a character?
What's Bluey?
It's little kids. It's like very popular among the younger
Is
kids.
that the Australian show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kathy, it has a lot of appeal for adults too. There's humor for kids and adults.
Yeah, but I think the rise in the popularity is because of the kids.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the parents pick up on it, and the parents will watch it with their kids because it's funny for both.
Like a SpongeBob dynamic.
Yeah.
My neighborhood, we don't get many trick-or-treaters, but there is there's like a changing of the guards, so there is a bunch of
new kids coming in,
new kids and little kids and stuff.
So adorable,
and I love that. And there's this one couple. The kids, a couple of years older now, but They made his like little Power Wheels into a mail truck.
Oh,
and
I
he
love
dressed
that.
like a mailman, and
I
he
love that.
delivered mail to everybody that he was trick or treating from. It was
That's adorable.
Yeah.
It's it is so magical. It's such a cool thing.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can go back to the time when I was trick or treating, and I know, like in some communities, it was like as soon as you got home from school, you went out and trick or treated.
That was us, Casey.
We had to wait until the sun went down.
No effing way. It'd be like trying to hold a velociraptor back. We'd be out the door and going.
Speaking of Bluey, the dog, the past few years have seen a boost in popularity for pet costumes. The top 3 costumes for pets are pumpkins, hot dogs, and bats.
You saw the costumes where it looks like your dogs would look great in those.
Their arms move back and forth, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I couldn't stop watching that.
If you're seeing it from the front, it looks like some sort of bizarre little creature.
There's another one I saw where he's holding scissors. There's another one where he's holding a knife up in the air, and it looks like he's slashing as the dogs are running.
And
it's
the dog,
hilarious.
Of course, blissfully unaware of what they look like.
Yep.
Did you see there was information that was released? I forget who did the survey, but how much Americans spend on animal costumes?
Yes,
You have
actually,
it?
I have it.
Kathy,
here.
I did Bark in the Park on Saturday, and one of the big thing is they have like a 6-tier pet costume contest. And, of course, I'm talking in the voice of the pets who are miserable that they're in these costumes, but they look adorable.
I don't know how much is spent, but it's gone up by $200 million.
$200 million.
Gone up by that.
I have it here. So Americans spend an estimated $700 million on pet costumes.
Yep.
And that's compared to the $1.2 billion spent on children's costumes, $1.7 billion on adult costumes.
Wow. All right, so get yourself set for Halloween. We're going back to Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
I wanted to mention this. Today, October 24th, is National Bologna Day.
He doesn't stand for baloney.
Thank you.
All right, where do you stand on bologna? And
I love it.
Do you?
I love it, and I don't ever eat it. I used to. You remember we had Nick Elmy in here because McElwain had never had a fried bologna sandwich. So both me and Nick Elmy made our own fried bologna sandwiches.
It was
for Nick.
good.
Aren't they good?
Yeah,
I will tell you
that was the first and last time I had bologna. Like it's not that I don't like it. It's fine. It's just not my lunch meat of choice.
I think so fried is the only, I think that works for bologna. Otherwise, I told you that I ate bologna for the longest time, confused with liverwurst, thinking it was liverwurst, which I preferred.
I haven't had liverwurst in such a long time. I remember enjoying that quite a bit.
I did. I used to enjoy it a lot, but I ate bologna because I'm such a moron. I thought that was, but the notion of fried bologna sandwiches,
yum,
very good.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was the one who packed our lunches for us, growing up, and so sandwiches. Was that the standard for you guys? You guys, ham and cheese sandwich, salami sandwich,
peanut butter and jelly, liverwurst.
Like that,
and then throughout junior high, believe it or not, it was pretty much a pickle and iced tea.
Yeah, I loved those, and I loved lunch meat. Like, I haven't had a nice imported cooked ham sandwich in a long time.
Ham and Swiss used to be my jam.
Yeah, but the ham's got to be like thinly sliced.
Right with you.
The mutton is nice and lean.
Yeah. Also,
nice piece fruit.
What kind of fruit? What kind of mustard you going with there? Chris?
Well, it depends on which meat I'm going with. Right?
Ham and Swiss.
Ham and I don't do Swiss.
Ham and
American.
Okay,
we're in America, Jack.
Ham and Swiss, I would do. Believe it or not, I would do mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Though I could do yellow mustard.
I like mustard.
I think I prefer the golden spicy mustard. Yeah. But I would, if we only had yellow mustard, I'd do it.
You ain't mad at that.
Make yourself a sandwich.
Yeah.
You got to do it.
Salami haven't had in a little while.
Don't like salami.
No?
I've always hated salami.
You know what was always like far superior than just the prepackaged stuff was the deli sliced pepperoni.
Deli sliced
big
pepperoni.
Old
really
diameter.
Is there
deli
much
sliced
difference between that and salami?
Oh yeah,
pepperoni and salami.
Thinly sliced deli pepperoni versus a salami. There's not a ton of difference. Is
There is. It's way different.
Big time.
Yeah.
I think you're wrong.
Way different.
This isn't even an opinion thing.
We'll do a blind taste test.
Dave and Nick realized he was living a lie.
No, because I like both of them. Pepperoni, I guess, is a little Spicier, maybe?
Spicier, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Although sometimes you get salami that has whole peppercorns in there.
Yeah.
And you
That's what
bite
I'm
into one of
thinking.
those, it's like, woo.
Yeah.
So sometimes, it's actually bologna.
Oh, yeah?
He doesn't stand for baloney.
It's spelled sometimes bologna, B-A-L-O-N-E-Y, since that is how many people pronounce it. However, its more common spelling is B-O-L-O-G-N-A. And they L-O-G-N-A. It's because it originated in the city of Bologna, Italy.
Of course.
And this type of sausage is similar to the Italian mortadella.
It was like where cheesesteak Italy is where the cheesesteak came from.
The finely ground pork or beef sausage or a combination is smoked and cured. In Italy, though, bologna includes a variety of spices not found in American bologna. In fact, in the United States, regulations require that American bologna be finely ground and without visible lard pieces. Because when you get the real Italian bologna, there are big white chunks in there.
Where's my lard?
And that's the lard.
Okay.
But it's in the same thing. It's just it's made differently.
Are a majority of the deli meats Italian in origin?
I tend to think so.
You think? I mean, you're talking about bologna. Then you
But
got
you
your
don't
salami.
stand for bologna.
No, he doesn't
A
stand
lot
for
of your,
bologna.
your cured
He
meats.
doesn't stand for baloney.
Anything that's like a dried or salted cured meat, that sounds pretty Italian, right? Like a
Yeah.
prosciutto or a bologna or whatever.
It's as Italian as
Gabagool.
a downstairs kitchen. You know?
Salami.
American bologna has to be, finely ground without lard pieces showing. It hardly resembles anything found in Italy. It can also be made from chicken, turkey, venison, or soy protein. So a bunch of different versions. But today is National Bologna Day.
So do you think if you were to go into any elementary school, would you find a lot of bologna sandwiches?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, it's prominently on the shelves if you go into your, refrigerated meat section.
But I don't think anymore. I think that was like our day.
You think so?
I think so.
Is bologna part of a lunchable or snackable?
Yes.
They have
pretty Well,
they have a turkey one. They've got the pizza
Oh,
one.
the pizza one is just garbage.
Garbage.
My
So
kids
is the
love
turkey
it.
one.
Yeah,
The pizza, it's sushi pizza.
Yeah. Well, now they have like Lunchables that are like made for like adults.
Wait. They have like a healthier Lunchable. I got one time for Jason. He looked at it. He goes, "What is this?" He didn't want anything to do with it.
What are you doing to me, you banshee?
Yes, there are lots of bologna and Lunchables, according to this page that was just pulled up here. So, yeah,
All
no,
right, maybe I could be wrong. I just always think of that as like our day.
No, it's look around in the grocery store. There's plenty of bologna on the shelf.
I don't mean not. I know it's at the grocery store. I just don't. I didn't know like if families were still feeding their kids.
You know what
that,
though? You kind of have to look at it like the kids' palates, right? You can't look at it from like the adult palate, which is like, dude, I'm not going to touch the bologna, but like you're just trying to feed your kids something that they're going to eat.
Adults usually won't stand for bologna.
No, he doesn't stand for bologna.
He doesn't stand for baloney.
So anyhow, celebrate National Bologna Day.
Yeah.
Can I do one more? Yeah. Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
All right, so there is a new Tinder feature that allows parents to view and suggest potential matches.
Oh, that's a road to hell.
It's called Tinder Matchmaker. Allows users to spend a link.
This would be good for you, Kathy. He collects G.I. Joes.
To send a link with up to 15 friends or relatives. And those friends or relatives have 24 hours to swipe right or left on a user's potential match.
That's really funny.
So you're polling your peer group, your friends and family.
Yeah.
Would you have ever in your life turned to your parents for dating advice?
No.
No, but if they liked, if your parents liked the other person, it
You'd
made
stay
it
away?
No, it made it easier.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? If they liked the guy,
It
you were
ma-
like, oh, thank God.
Thank God. Yeah.
Steve, after I got divorced, I dated a girl a few times, and I brought her to meet my parents, and my mom didn't like her. And it was,
Aw.
I don't think I ever shared this story with you guys, but my mom was just like, well, she was pretty. that was the nicest thing
Was
she
it the
could say.
same one?
Oh, I don't like raisins in my meatballs.
Oh, no. Kathy wasn't that girl.
Oh, okay.
No, it was a different girl.
The slut doesn't like raisins in her meatballs.
There was a girl that I was kind of smitten with in high school, and I tried, and we were so close to dating. Her parents loved me. And I think maybe
they were pulling for you.
They were pulling for me. They really were.
Touch his penis.
Yeah. At this point, I had already been accepted into college. I was a year older than her.
Older man.
This guy's going places. No.
Sucks.
Yeah.
I
think it worked against me. I really do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they liked you, and she didn't. And then, this guy's cool enough for my parents.
Yeah,
not cool for me.
That's an interesting dynamic, Nick,
Yeah.
because I think some women or when they're dating would prefer to have somebody who's a little bit rubs against the grain of the parents. And in sometimes your case,
yeah,
I would imagine that you were almost universally loved by the parents of whoever you were dating, correct?
Well,
did you ever have a case where you were disapproved of?
No.
Right?
Yeah, not by parents.
No.
Right.
I can't imagine.
I can't imagine
that
that.
ever disapproving of you.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I mean, listen, all of my neighbors hated my guts.
But you're not dating your neighbors.
But yeah. So,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to think. I'm like, no, I haven't.
That means you probably were, because that's essential too, to have that game going as well, where you can impress the parents.
It was funny. This other girl that I dated freshman year of college, like her whole family, they love me. I'd come over and they'd be like, "Hey, Case!" I'm like, "Hey, how you doing? Hey!" And he'd be sitting there in his underwear on the couch. I'm like, "Put some pants on."
Claire would joke that her family loves me more than her. They of course adore her, but and I love them. So you're right, Kathy, though, about making sure that dynamic works out.
Yeah, I know. I just know it wasn't. You didn't necessarily date because your parents like them, but
Right.
it just made it easier when they did.
My mother's really into you.
No. So once the 24 hours are up, after people can vote, users can see who got mom's seal of approval and who got the boot. According to an official at Tinder, they said Tinder Matchmaker brings your circle of trust into your dating journey and helps you see the possibilities that you might be overlooking from the perspective of those closest to you. The feature
love your daughter.
is now available in the UK, the US, Australia, Brazil, Canada, and some other countries as well.
Pleasure to meet you, Gary. Have some sort of thing there going on in your chest. I'd have a doctor look at that.
How many testicles?
Yeah, and you have 3. Oh, that was your greeting statement. Well, not that your scrotal abnormality is not interesting fodder for conversation, but we were talking with our pastor.
Sometimes you just got to share the 3 testicles.
I got a good icebreaker. I got 3 nuts.
All right. So anyhow, this is called Tinder Matchmaker. So
Interesting.
If you're interested in getting the approval or disapproval of your peer group or your family, you can do that now.
It's clear they're looking for gimmicks. I wonder how much the usage of Tinder. It might be on the wane, because you had a thing about people sort of returning to more old school methods of meeting people.
Yeah. But all these social media and dating accounts, they're constantly changing.
Yep.
They're always trying to look for some other way
Angle
to go about things. So, by the way, this text says, will the Tinder guys send my mom unwanted D pics as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, why not? And loop mom in on that.
Yeah. The end is purple.
Yeah.
We'll be on a group text.
All right, we got to wrap up Totally Presbo. So,
Totally Presbo.
hopefully you got something out of that. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Bizarre file stories when we return. But how about we give away a $50 gift card right now to Embers Smokehouse and Tap. 237 West Butler Avenue in Chalfont.
Smells good.
We'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. It's chef-driven barbecue, family atmosphere, friendly service, refreshing craft brews. Dine in, call or order online for takeout or DoorDash. And you can visit Embers Smokehouse and Tap.com to see what's smoking.
Yeah.
We'll be back in just a moment. Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Ritchie. Now, in Idaho, Courtney and her kids.
We're going to Idaho, kids.
Hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Courtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl.
girl.
And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says at Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, at Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jake Jill.
Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
Well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
Well, never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job. Yeah.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if
She can walk.
Yeah.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God.
There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland,
the happiest place on earth.
Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just. Some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight.
Oh,
She's
wow.
backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently, this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park.
No arrests?
No arrests. They all knew each other.
ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
After
yeah,
they viewed the video, now they're looking at
Exactly.
potentially.
Because then that guy
I saw
goes on.
everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean,
Dear
and this is
God.
horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
Protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all that
don't
sort of stuff.
fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, I think of your story at the 4th of July parade
That's
all the
exactly
time.
what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm going to make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
oh
what
my
a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls,
Visco girls,
yeah, and that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco.
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places. I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like
okay,
that.
so
There's a Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute here.
It's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. and you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that is.
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media posts.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And they would go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wear a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that the is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Visco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because things like this would happen over the course of a little while. And like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
And it says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's it.
No, that's mine. You can't have that. I oop. But I oop is a thing.
Can we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
all right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says... All right, thank you very much, Kath. So today's Tattoo Tuesday. Text word tattoo to 39333. We have a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing for you to win before the end of the program. And you can check out their handiwork at floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. But text that in now. We're going to do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start with this pretty intense story. An off-duty pilot is charged with 83 counts of attempted murder.
Yeah.
Wow.
After he allegedly tried to shut off the engines by pulling the fire extinguisher handles on an Alaska Airlines flight. The plane was scheduled to fly from Everett, Washington to San Francisco before it diverted late Sunday to Portland after a credible security threat related to an authorized occupant in the flight deck jump seat. The suspect was overwhelmed by the flight crew and subdued and then handcuffed to the seat. The suspect, Joseph David Emerson, was taken into custody and, like I said, charged with 83 counts of attempted murder. He was en route to San Francisco, where he was scheduled to be on a flight crew of a 737. The off-duty pilot was sitting in the flight deck jump seat, which is in the cockpit, and unsuccessfully attempted to disrupt the operation of the engines. The captain and first officer quickly responded. Engine power was not lost, and the crew secured the aircraft without incident. Passenger Alex Wood said that the pilot announced that there was a disturbance in the cockpit and said that he heard the flight attendant tell the suspect, "We're going to be fine. It's okay. We'll get you off the plane." So he said, I thought that it was a serious medical emergency of some type.
Right.
Wood added that it was very professional, handled very calmly. He said, "We didn't even really know what was going on until we landed." Once the plane landed, Wood said that police went to the back of the plane and escorted a handcuffed man off the plane. He noted that the suspect was wearing a lanyard, a sweater, and looked like an airline employee. Another passenger said after we did land and the gentleman was escorted off, the flight attendant got back on the speaker and said, plain and simple, he had a mental breakdown. We needed to get him off of the plane immediately.
You almost all died. I got a story to tell you.
So he's the neighbors in his town say they've never had any issues. They've never seen anything with him. He must have had some sort of something, but no one knows right now because why would you do that?
Yeah, here's the air traffic control as they were reporting the incident. We have audio of that.
We've got the guy that tried to shut the engines down out of the cockpit. He doesn't sound like he's causing any issue in the back right now. I think he's subdued. We want law enforcement as soon as we get on the ground and park.
So it was
pretty damn calm, isn't it?
Yeah. The event is being investigated by law enforcement, obviously. The company, Tsingtao, the beer company, said that it had contacted police over an incident and an investigation is ongoing. So they're one of China's biggest beer makers. They had opened the investigation after a video appeared to show a factory employee urinating on raw ingredients. The footage was widely shared on Chinese social media platforms.
I don't know what it is. Do you use extra hops?
Weibo. And in the video, a male worker at a Tsingtao Brewery Company warehouse was seen clambering into a high-walled container and relieving himself on its contents.
Our secret ingredient is piss.
The video racked up tens of millions of views, and the company said that it had contacted the police over the incident, and an investigation was ongoing. The beer maker said in a statement, "We reported the incident to the police at the earliest opportunity. The public security organs are involved in the investigation." That's what it says here.
Organs, yeah.
At present, the batch of malt in question has been completely sealed. The company continues to strengthen its management procedures and ensure product quality.
I see this as a sales opportunity where you can say beer's so good you can piss in it and you'll still enjoy it.
Maybe that's the way they need to go. Novel idea.
Yeah.
The search for a missing woman that started Monday afternoon is over. Margaret Galloway was found in a neighbor's garage, and it took 6 days for them to find her.
Wow.
Galloway, who has Alzheimer's disease, was transported to a hospital for evaluation. The sheriff's office said the deputies reviewed doorbell video from last Monday, with residents of Galloway's community and saw a brief glimpse of a person entering a nearby open garage. After getting permission from the family of the homeowner, they entered the garage and they found her. She was in there.
So years before there was such a prevalence of these things, listen, you lose somebody who's dementia or Alzheimer's and it's got to be nerve-wracking, but thank God they had this footage.
So apparently the garage door was open on Monday afternoon when Mrs. Galloway went missing, but the homeowner later closed it, unaware that she was inside. The homeowner then left Southwest Florida on Tuesday to visit family. And dozens of law enforcement officers and local residents had joined the search for Galloway after she left her home, and then they ended up finding her.
Do you have doorbell ring cameras?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. A man in California was arrested after he was allegedly caught on surveillance video placing a fluffy teddy bear filled with explosives in a parking lot and detonating it.
A teddy bear?
Yeah, the San Bernardino police said officers responded to a possible explosive device inside a teddy bear that was detonated in front of a business Wednesday afternoon. The department released surveillance video of the explosion.
Is that some kind of message?
So a man can be seen placing the teddy bear on the ground of the business parking lot next to a white van and then running back to his vehicle. Once detonated, the stuffed animal is seen releasing a large puff of smoke and startling a woman getting into another vehicle in the parking lot. Police did not share why the suspect exploded the teddy bear or if anyone in the parking lot was injured during the detonation.
Well, if you are going to detonate your teddy bear, go to an open parking lot.
An investigation of the incident led to one arrest on several felonies. Authorities did not share the name of the suspect. Officers received a ghost gun, more than 200 rounds of ammunition, and more than a kilo of methamphetamine, illegal fireworks, a ballistic vest, cash, and metal pipes and saws consistent with making an explosive device as well.
Somebody was preparing for something.
I think so. All right, and then let's see. We'll do one more story and wrap up. In Connecticut, a bear was caught on security cameras breaking into Helena Hollis's house last week, roaming around before zeroing in on her refrigerator. And what was the bear in the mood for? Leftover lasagna from her restaurant.
I love that she uses raisins.
Anna's Kitchen. Surveillance video shows the bear with brightly colored tags.
This is so good. And this corn, is this freshly husked?
With brightly colored tags in both ears and an apparent tracking collar around its neck, ambled into the kitchen and walked straight to the refrigerator. Standing on its hind legs, the Bruin uses its front paws to pull out the freezer section below the refrigerator's doors.
Don't mind if I do.
Accessing the food so effortlessly that it looked like a practiced move. Taking the bag of lasagna in its jaws, the bear steps neatly onto the extended freezer drawer, using it as a stool to hop out of the tight open window onto the deck.
Yeah, it's brilliantly managed. And he looks like, as you said before, Preston, this is something that is quite common.
Contrary to popular belief, a bear with 2 air tags is not a problem bear that was tagged twice after repeat offending. In fact, every bear handled at some point by biologists receives 2 tags so officials can keep track of the state's bear population. So,
do you have a bear tracking app on your...
Just the sharks.
Just the sharks.
No, I don't do the bears.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, let's see what we are going to do. Hang on a second.
Smelling me some cornbread.
Oh, yeah. That's because we have Ember's Smokehouse and Tap here this morning, and they brought plenty of cornbread with them as well.
Did you see the spread out there?
I have not had a chance to go out and
it's amazing.
check that out, but I just wanted some cornbread.
All I wanted me was a little cornbread, you motherfuckers. All I wanted me was a little cornbread.
All right, so we have a $50 gift card that I can give away to caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR. So if you're headed to a game day party, like tonight maybe, place your order for their mouthwatering brisket burnt ends, their smoked wings, and pillowy cornbread. And don't forget to grab a growler on your way out as well. Smoked meats and Philly sports at Ember's SmokehouseandTap.com. So we'll take those, that caller, 18th caller, 215-263-WMMR. We'll be back in just a second. Good luck to you. So, I-oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I-oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's old
please.
now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
he
on
looked
the
it up
show.
on BuzzFeed. Research, yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And, and hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow, bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
and yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
It's much easier.
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do.
Well,
maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just
putting all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning, Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went off.
It actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
set
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
That's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought my stuff over and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys. Like,
yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like getting rid of a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of, "Daddy, I love you. I hope you have a nice day." I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first office.
I guess it hasn't been 15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years.
Right.
Though, but
because we're in it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Isn't that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just, here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Well, wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation between reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, yes, chin down. That would be dwelling.
You idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't
she's
a dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Oh, my God.
Stop. Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She was career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it.
Why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Okay. She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking at, the girl that we have up in this photo, I think is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No, that's the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
She was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes, I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out hanging out and, of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
He was
noon.
a super nice guy. Yeah. It's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah. David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx,
oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually.
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Shh, shh. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses. Now his hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, personally, of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, how do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody, she told the Hollywood Reporter. I believe him, and I would work with him anytime. She said, I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him.
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity. They could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there. I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I have
like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I'm going to vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event?
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party and you don't actually know yet until you get
to the party,
right.
And then they say, by the way, you're. All right, thanks, Kath. Real quick, I want to do a couple shout-outs if you guys don't mind. I got this from Natalie. Natalie Weaver reached out to us, and she's talking, she mentions in this note her fiance, Ryan, and they've invited us to their wedding.
Ah.
Yeah, it's in Virginia.
No.
Yeah.
But that's very nice.
It was nice of them to do that. She wrote, although Ryan no longer lives in Philly, he still listens to you daily. Your show has helped us win many trivia nights.
Oh, wow.
And we would love for you to come out to our wedding, but even an on-air shout-out or short-out would be so special to him.
Do you think they could send the meals to us?
I don't know about
The
that.
reception?
So this is Natalie Weaver and Ryan McCullum, and they are getting married on December 2nd. So we wish you well, guys, and thank you for the invitation. It was very
Love
sweet. And then I wanted to do this one. This one was sent to me from Brian Andrioli from Gloucester City, New Jersey, and he and his dad, I believe here, just a second, he was in a golf tournament for Special Olympics for South Jersey, but they played up in North Jersey at a course called Mountain View, and he said we came in first place.
Oh, wow.
And he said it was my dad, Tony, and me, Brian, and we shot a 58, and we came in first place. Just want to let you guys know, and if you could give us a shout out, that would be great. And so, yeah, a little shout out. Congratulations to you guys. That's
How's your
awesome.
game been lately?
Not good.
Not good?
No, I had my worst round ever just the other day.
Are you kidding?
I played with Casey, too.
What a friggin' frustrating game. Because
I
you
know.
were like days before on a complete career high.
I was ready to go low, and I did not go low. I went high.
It sucks.
I have a feeling like and I know it's not true, but it could be.
You?
That Preston plays down to my level. So when I show up, like my stink rubs off on him.
You have collateral
I
stink.
thought you were inferring that I would play bad on purpose to make you feel better. No, that is not the case.
you would never do that.
But you agree with the stink rubbing off.
No, I don't
you
agree with that
okay.
either. It was just a bad day. But it was beautiful. We had a great time.
Beautiful.
It was a gorgeous day, but
You proposed?
just garbage golf, unfortunately.
Oh, well.
Casey had some good shots. I was impressed.
You're
Yeah.
good. Listen, he wouldn't play with you if you weren't worth a damn.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just every now and then I can get a hold of a ball, but I got no consistency. I still love playing though.
Yep, is what it is. Hey, there was this article that came out, and it's kind of interesting. It was a survey that was done through All Star Home. They surveyed roughly 2,000 Americans to find out which cities and states the nosiest neighbors reside in.
Ooh. The nosiest neighbors.
As well as what practices make tenants and homeowners uncomfortable.
I also think that sometimes people are a little bit too sensitive to these things. And I have a couple of examples where, some people are neighborly and other people
like,
are...
how are you this morning?
Who the hell do you want?
What are you, a cop?
Yeah, what are you, a cop?
Yeah. By the way, just to the survey, Pennsylvania ranks third with the nosiest neighbors in the country.
Wow.
Yeah, that's way up
I
there.
found that pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Third.
Yeah. 63% of Pennsylvania residents reported having a neighbor who asks way too many questions. 57% have reported having a neighbor who watches them from afar.
Okay, these are all different variations on the classic nosy neighbor persona.
30% have reported having a neighbor peeking over their fence and into their home.
Just anecdotally, how many have reported neighbors sneaking in and wearing the wife's clothing?
I didn't get that metric in this particular study. Yeah. And 44% have reported a neighbor showing up unannounced.
Okay.
Oh.
So,
yeah, we don't get the unannounced neighbors.
No, that doesn't happen.
No, I think that more and more that is because of texting and all those things that make it easier to just say, hey, can I drop over?
Yeah.
That's the deal. Do you have not that you can, but have you had nosy neighbors?
No, not really. It's not something that I've really experienced.
Are you a nosy
which is
neighbor?
good. No, I'm definitely not a nosy neighbor. I'm a reclusive neighbor.
You don't care.
Yeah.
You flat out don't care.
Yep.
I had a nosy neighbor. My first house in Conshohocken, we lived in a row home, and
Are these the people that drank soda right out in the open in their backyard?
no, that was my current house.
Okay.
She was extremely nosy. She knew it. Now it was a cul-de-sac, so anybody who drove on that road that didn't belong there, she was. I mean, I was surprised. She didn't need binoculars, but if she had binoculars, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. But she was so nosy. She knew everything that happened. She knew everyone on that street. She knew if you had a guest over. And so she ended up telling friends of ours that we became very good friends with. She was like, I think that Kathy drinks and drives. And my friend goes, why? And she goes, she leaves every morning at 5 a.m. And my friend goes, okay, she's not drinking and driving. She's going to work. She works at that hour.
But why did she come to that?
Why would you think that would be the tip-off that you're drinking and driving?
You know what? Actually, I
or
thought...
does she think you're coming home from the bars?
I think she thought I was coming home. So,
Right.
so maybe it was something like she's driving at 5 a.m. I think that's what it was. She thought I was coming home. My friend was like, no, she's leaving. She's going to work.
Oh, boy. Leaving, coming home. What's the difference?
By the way, let me back up just a step here because you asked about my nosiness.
Right.
I had a situation yesterday. So I live in a golf course community, and I went up to the clubhouse, and there were 4 guys at the bar. When I come walking in, I recognize a couple. I'm like, oh, well, what are you guys doing here? We're playing a golf outing. And they go, oh, do you know Mike? They said that to me.
Yeah.
And I go over, hey, how you doing, man? I'm Preston. He goes, yeah, I'm your neighbor.
Like next door neighbor?
Like on the same street.
Oh, man.
And I just looked at him and I just went,
yeah.
Hey, Mike.
I just kind of shrugged. I'm like,
no offense, Mike, but dude,
like,
don't do
I
that.
know.
Don't do that. Just go, hey, how you doing? I'm Mike.
no, it didn't bother me. It's like,
dude.
dude, you guys know me. There's people that I've lived around for years, and I
Mike,
don't know who they are.
I'm going to be honest. We're not going to engage in conversation. We're not going to socialize. And if you move, it won't matter to me whatsoever. But let's have a beer.
You know me. I don't really care about you.
No, I mean, listen. I've been blessed to have, for the past couple of situations, my current neighbors are awesome.
Yeah.
And
I know people in the exact...
Right, but what are you going to know 8 houses over?
If I can throw something in your house with it, I know.
You will.
Yeah, I will.
I will. What are you doing, Preston? I'm chucking things off houses.
Listen, I'm a pretty neighborly person, but we all know somebody who, like, on the surface, seems like a nice guy, and for all intents and purposes, is a nice guy.
Right, and has a pit in their basement.
But no,
where he's lowering lotion down.
But I remember him sharing the story with me years ago about how he was having work done at his house. I guess he was having a kitchen redone. And you know, as a neighbor, like when you see like work vans up, you know something's going on. But, oh, you're getting your floors done, or you're getting, something. So his neighbor, they're just outside talking, and his neighbor asks, hey, what are you having done over there? And he's relaying the story to me like, it's not that guy. It's none of that guy's business what's going on in my house. I'm like, dude. He's just being
being neighborly.
He's not trying to get all of your
What gets your wife off? Hey, when you're getting it on, what's the quickest way to bring your wife to orgasm?
Does she like it when you rub really hard on there?
Are you hitting the man in the butt or are you coming in the back door?
Oh, my God.
How's that drywall coming?
Took a turn, man.
Right?
I don't know.
I mean, to me, that's
but like, that guy, I was like, you're a little oversensitive, bro.
To your earlier point, that's simply being neighborly.
Yeah. It's simple as that.
Yeah. No, but listen, yes, some people, and it's neighborhood conversation. Oh, what are you guys getting done over there? You know, are you building a deck, or because we might be interested in getting one,
right?
Maybe we want to use your contractor
because word of mouth is the most
best
effective.
It's the best way to a swingers party.
Yes, to find out what gets your wife off.
So with this pineapple,
we have been at my house for 10 years now, and my neighbors, like if you're standing looking at the street. From my house, my neighbors to the right of me, we have never said like any words to each other.
It's kind of a mutual understanding.
No, there is a language barrier. Now, at one point, the wife she had during
you speak English and they hate you.
Well, she was in my car. Like I gave her a ride home. She drove her car. Yeah, there was an ice storm and she had driven off the side of the road. I pulled over to help her. She had snapped like a steering column, so I was like, all right, let me give you a ride home. We virtually said no words on the way home.
No.
Because like they're Korean and they're
it's tough. If they don't, I mean that's an obvious. That makes sense because you're not. What are you going to Rosetta Stone Korean?
But I still do I think neighborly things. I got a riding lawnmower this summer.
Right.
Bobby Moyer
ran over their cat.
No, well I don't think they have a cat. But now I mow their lawn now. Like,
really?
But I've never discussed it with them.
And they've never said
you just
thank
go
you?
over and mow their whole lawn.
Yeah.
Do they say thank you?
Wow.
Well, they don't.
I wish he'd not do that.
They don't say thank you, but they show thanks because when they mow the lawn, they'll mow my little strip of lawn that we kind of share.
They don't mow your entire lawn the way you mow theirs?
No, but they're not riding. He's pushing. So I'll take what I can get.
Okay. All right.
But that makes sense. Now, let me ask you: there is being nosy, and then there's being, like you, Kathy, described, was a classic busybody.
Oh yeah, she
starting rumors and stuff.
Starting rumors is a busybody. Where
she drinks and
drives. But how wild that she's able to key right in on your alcoholism.
All right. So there was a short time when we were kind of nosy neighbors. So we had essentially, it was kind of like a flag lot. So behind our house, there was another house, okay?
Oh, okay.
And there was a couple that would go out there. They had little kids, so roughly the same age as our kids, maybe a year or two older. And when they would argue, and they argued, they would go outside to do it.
Oh, good.
Because they didn't want to do it in front of the kids.
But you guys would listen.
And we'd be like, Shell, come here.
No. Listen. If you can hear it from your property, that's not being nosy.
We're like, they're fighting again. And we'd crack we'd just like crack a window open so we could
You've got
hear
the
it.
headphones on in the dish. Quiet.
Shh. I listened to my neighbors fight. This is years ago, not where I live now, but the old place. And my one neighbor cut down a tree in his own property, and the other neighbor didn't like that because he liked the trees. And I just sat there in my bathroom, just looking out the window, listening to all of it.
Dude, I watched
It was entertainment.
I watched a great one. I actually sat up on the front porch with a cup of coffee and it went on for a long time. And it was I think it was one of those exact scenarios, Preston. We don't want to fight in front of the kids, so we're going to fight in front of the entire neighborhood. and that's what they were doing.
It was Mrs. Kravitz,
right? Yeah.
Bewitched.
Yeah,
like she'd literally have binoculars.
Yeah. But then again, there was a witch living across the street.
That's true.
Okay.
Mrs. Kravitz had a right, man.
I mean, what is that elephant?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. We got a couple of Joes. I'm going to go to Joe 1 here. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, buddy. What's up, man?
Yeah, so I had this neighbor. There were so many incidents over the course of the 20 years, but I think the best one, we had 2 6-foot fences installed, and the area between that we called the DMZ.
Okay.
Demilitarized zone.
Yeah.
There were a couple bushes in there, and she took pictures of the bushes and proceeded to put them on like the local Facebook page. So I took screenshots of the posts and then proceeded to have Staples print out the post on a 3-foot by 5-foot piece of vinyl. Oh my God. And posted it in our backyard so she could look at it.
So was it her contention that the bushes were? What was her issue with the bushes?
They just didn't look. They didn't look nice. They weren't well kept.
Okay.
And her thing was that like she tried to maintain it back there, but it was our land, and I would go back there to maintain it, and she would say, "Get out of my thing," and this and that. And it was this whole thing going on for all these years. But she would argue that I was the bad neighbor.
Right.
I could see that side of it, but
was her nose into all the stuff? I mean, was she one of these peering over the fence, or just dialed into your business?
She would sit up in the upstairs of her house and look outside and just watch everything I was doing back there, cutting the grass, splitting wood, whatever I'm doing back there. She's watching and complaining about it.
Wow.
And just couldn't stop complaining about things and had nothing else better to do.
You know what though? You raise a good point. What happens is that these Facebook groups, a lot of people want to be able to contribute, so they look for things like in other words, to be a part of that and complain about neighbors. So I can see that being an issue.
The Facebook
social media,
the Facebook neighborhood page. I quit going on Facebook years ago, but we have one in our neighborhood, and I don't know what all goes on there.
I have no clue.
I assume some of it maybe is of nosy neighbor.
Maybe we're the dicks of the neighborhood and don't know.
Maybe, but I know Rochelle goes on there every now and then. She'll hear about if somebody's I don't know, selling something or things like that. Or
I heard Kathy's coming home drunk at 5 a.m.
But I got to believe that can lead to some weirdness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The Facebook neighborhood page.
I think it promotes looking for stuff, but he described like a Mrs. Kravitz sitting up, perusing the neighborhood to see what's going on is like a little crazy.
Apparently, Pennsylvania ranks number 3, the number 3 state with the nosiest neighbors. I'm going to go to the other Joe that's on the line. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So my neighbors are awesome. Like, we let the kids play. We sit on the front lawn, crack a beer. But my mother-in-law, who lives, like, technically the next neighborhood over, she's the nosy neighbor. So every time I go over there, I get the whole rundown on what's been happening this week or the past couple of days on every one of the neighbors.
So she's got the skinny on all the gossip, all the rumors. Some of it probably not true.
No, I mean, most of it's true. She's on point, so it's like a soap opera when I go over there. I can hear the stories.
Her information is accurate. She just has a lot of it.
Yeah, she's got next door neighbors that the kids were, into drugs, and then they came and robbed their parents' house. So it was like I got to hear the whole story, what the police said. She was out there with the police.
So this sort of transcends, like, a classic nosy neighbor, by my reckoning, has not a lot of reason. Like, in other words, like a busybody, like they're making something out of nothing, making love out of nothing at all. And so what happens here is, if you have like an active drug dealership going out of your neighbor's house, then I think you're
allowed
within
to be
your
nosy.
rights to be nosy, right?
Yeah, like if there's something going on.
She's in everybody's. Like, she's not horrible. Like, she'll let me know what that person was doing. Their kids were leaving at 2 o'clock in the morning, or got home at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, I get that stuff too.
Wow, get some rest, lady.
Yeah,
yeah.
But so yes, I can see that. But again, if you have that house in the neighborhood where you know something's going on.
Well, even in Preston's situation, like how would you not open the door and listen to the people screaming outside?
Yeah.
That's not really being nosy.
It's wafting through the air. You can hear it.
Yeah.
What was the on Bridgerton, the anonymous Mrs. Whatever? That's who Joe's mother-in-law needs to be. She needs to start a column of all the goings on in the neighborhood.
Joe recommends she write a column for the local Facebook group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should just start writing all the stories down. I can make a pretty good book out of it.
There you go.
Sure, yeah.
Lady
Thanks, Joe.
Whistledown.
What was it?
Lady Whistledown.
Whistledown. All right.
Whistle down the lane.
Here's a text that says, wait, I live on Preston Street. Can I get my lawn mowed like Casey does for his neighbor? And then they wrote, finally got Preston to wave for the first time in 4 years living there. He's a real keep your head down, don't make eye contact guy. And I like that about him. That's what they said.
Yeah.
AKA jerk.
I have.
Shut up.
This guy's such a creep.
Listen, to be.
Oh, I'm on the radio. I'm totally Presbo.
No, you want the God's honest truth of why I kind of am that way? Because I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I've met someone before and I don't remember who they are. And I make the mistake that I made with this guy at the bar the other day and say, hey, by the way, I'm Preston. And they go, yeah, I've met you several times. I'm like, dude, it's just, it's like Pierre's perpetual lateness. There's this condition that I just don't remember these things.
Can I recommend something?
I feel really bad about it.
Just bear hug everyone and go, so good to see you.
Yeah. So I put on sunglasses. And I flipped down the.
You look like Jackie O.
I played.
Yeah. Is that former First Lady Jackie Onassis?
Jackie Onassis lives next door.
I flipped down the visor and I just kind of focus while I'm driving because I feel bad about it.
Well, I can understand. Listen, that makes total sense.
I hope you guys are listening, by the way. I hope my entire neighborhood is listening right now.
It makes total sense because you feel embarrassed. And the last thing you want to do is hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah.
And so, in a way, this is the way you shut yourself down.
Yeah. All right, hang on. Let me get some other calls here. I'm going to go to, let's see, we're talking about nosy neighbors. I have Ryan on the line. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, Ryan. What's up, bud?
Oh, man, I got a doozy of a neighbor.
All right.
So we just bought a house back in March, and my direct next-door neighbor sold off a 68-acre lot behind me. The neighbor behind that decided to buy that lot. There's about 25 acres between our houses.
Wow.
And you can't even see that. You can't even see the houses.
Okay.
Well, there's a horse fence in my backyard. I only got a little 1.1 acre lot.
Okay.
Directly in my backyard. She owns 20 feet on my side of the horse fence. She decides to come down and plant plantings all along her property line. Well, she decides to come down about twice a week now to check on her plantings and run her dogs and all that. But she comes down, perfect example is Labor Day, middle of the day, we're having a party. I decided to go out behind my shed to take a leak, and she's standing right there as I'm doing so, just kind of staring in our backyard at our pool.
You want to shake me off? I mean, so there's no way the house is so removed from your house, you can't even see her house, and she's making it her business to be all up in your stuff.
That's correct. At least 2-3 times a week.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Do you talk to her at all?
No, I've met her husband. He's a nice guy. He comes down and chases her off every now and then.
With a pitchfork.
Yeah.
Scat, scat. Wow, that seems bizarre.
Is it kind of a...
It's very strange.
Does it bother you guys, or is it kind of a joke amongst the family?
Well, at first it bothered us, but now it's just, I find it comical as hell.
So
I really do.
Have you
I make it a point to play my music loud. MMR's blasting all the time.
Well, we approve of that. Have you spoken to her at all? Have you said word one to her?
Yeah, we talked about some trees that were overgrown, but they're technically on her property, so she wants the privacy of the trees.
Okay.
And but again, you can't even see the two houses or the property line or anything. This woman had to spend probably $30,000 planting little Christmas trees all along this 68-acre property.
All right, yeah. Well, I guess it's not good enough to have 25 acres of land where you're not.
Yeah.
It's the one the 1 acre that buttresses up against your house that's the big issue.
Exactly.
Huh. All right. Thanks, Ryan.
Be out there as redneck as possible.
Appreciate it, man. We'll see you, bud. All right, let me go. Here you go. Let's go to Jay. Hi, Jay. Morning.
Hey, thanks for bothering me at work.
That's what we do. What's up, man?
So I had to put my first apartment when I was 18 years, and I tried to introduce myself. I'd wave all the time, and I never got a reply back from them. But we always had motorcycles and all that, and they would call the cops on us for being loud. We had a party one time, and they called the cops for underage drinking. And then one day, I saw the old man outside having a problem with his weed whacker. So I walked over, see if he needed help. He was very nice, said thank you. All of a sudden, he thought we were best friends. He would see my back window open. He'd come over and start yelling through my window for me. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, yeah, one day, if you need help, just knock, and my door's always open. Well, he took that as an open invite. So he would just walk in my house all the time.
Oh, my God.
So you had the complete reverse of what you had before.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one day I came home from work, out of the shower, just sitting on my couch naked, watching TV, and he walks right in. There I am, legs wide open.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what did
I
you
was
say?
happy when we left?
What are we going to do?
Out.
What are we going to do about this? Wow. So he was that comfortable where he just walks right into your place.
Yep. It was like 3 times a week. He would just walk right in the front door.
At that point, Jay, were you yearning for the times when he hated your guts?
Yep.
Yes, yeah. I was praying for it to come back.
All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it, man. All right, next up is Gary. Hey, Gary, good morning to you. What's up, quote unquote, Gary?
Okay, so I'm kind of anonymous. My name rhymes with Brian.
Okay.
But, so I got a neighbor who has the hots for me, and so it's to the point where where I take the recycling out, and she sits in her top room and she'll smoke. So I look up there to see if she's out there, and I'll open the door and I'll run out as quick as I can to the recycling bin. And before I get out there, before I get to the recycling bin, I hear, "Oh, Gary."
All right, question. Are you married? Is she married? Anybody have significant others here?
She is married, and I have a fiance.
Okay, so
she also says she's a non-drinker.
Yeah.
But when they take the recycling bin out, it's full of Miller Lite cans and stuff.
Yeah. You ever see Kathy dropping her off at home
at 5 a.m.?
Yeah, they go on them wine rides together. At 5 in the morning.
So let me get this straight. She's smoking up in the window, and she sees you, and she runs down, and you. Now, you're not just, maybe she's into me. Is she sending clear signs she's into you?
No, 100%. My girlfriend's always like, make sure she's not out there when you go out there. 'Cause as soon as I go out there, I hear, "Oh, you know my name." And she's a very nice neighbor, but she also does the thing like me and my girlfriend were talking in the kitchen the other day. It was 70 degrees out, so we had the window open. So I went to take the recycling bin out later in the afternoon, and she came out and she's like, "Oh, I heard you and your girlfriend talking earlier about this." And I'm like,
"Oh man,
oh, that's awful."
You should gift her a case of Miller Lite.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. But yeah,
Or just give her Kathy's info. So she.
Yeah, they can. Them closet drinkers.
Oh, listen, I'm not in the closet.
All right, Gary, we'll see you, man.
That's
Thanks a
wild.
lot.
Yeah.
All right, now this is invasive. We're going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, I had a neighbor that had a police scanner. Do you remember they used to pick up cordless phones?
Sure.
Dude, I used to have one all the time. Yeah, they're awesome.
Come out on my step to sit and talk if it was a nice day, and I hear my echo. And I'd look down and she'd be sitting on her step with the police scanner staring up at me.
Listening to your calls.
Wow.
So I'd walk down and she'd get up and run in the house. And then she came out one time and she must have forgot that she heard I got a promotion. And she forgot she heard it on the scanner.
And she congratulated you?
Congratulates me on my promotion.
So I have to say, I mean, honestly, Preston, you had a police scanner as well, obviously.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah.
And they were a blast.
Oh, yeah.
And there was, we in our first apartment when my wife and I got married, the guy next door was kind of a dick. And it was he was a doctor and had like must have had the worst bedside manner ever. But he was sort of coarse and rude to Claire. And so one night, it's interesting to listen to the police response. I'm hearing a regular conversation, and I'm listening to him getting turned down by this girl he's after. And I'm like, normally I would have probably said, no, this is wrong. But since he was such a dick to Claire,
yeah.
And it became appointment listening after a while.
I had a Bearcat scanner, and where I lived, I would hear all the time. It was there were these riverboat casinos that were nearby where I lived, and I would hear people calling for credit advances.
Wow.
Regularly.
Yeah.
And they were giving out their credit card information, expiration dates, all this stuff. Now, I didn't do anything with it because it was been really, really stupid.
Hey, a question on that.
But I'm like, that information was sensitive information flying out everywhere.
So will current scanners like that pick up, sell?
I don't know. Cell phones, I doubt it.
You can still get
because these were
scanners,
cordless phones. But they're apps.
Yeah.
You can just get an app.
Yeah,
and
on your
listen
app.
in.
I used to love that scanner, man.
Remember they were interfering with the baby monitors?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve, I have a friend who is still obsessed with the police scanner. Like, she'll sit at home and, it helps. It's like a little hobby of hers.
Yeah, it's like cops 24/7.
Yeah.
You guys want to talk to one of my neighbors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, do you know who he is?
I know. This is Tom.
Mike?
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
Good morning.
Preston, how are you, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing, old pal?
So, Tom,
I live about 6 doors down from you.
You live about 6 doors down from me?
Yep.
Has Preston ever been to your house?
No.
Oh.
We had my very next door neighbor. We spent a Super Bowl together one year.
Okay.
But I'm the house that just had the porch put on it a couple years ago.
The house that had the porch put on
Not
a couple
ringing
of
a
years.
bell
have to do
for
more
him.
here.
So,
Do you live in the cul-de-sac?
No, I live right. I'm on the same side of the street as you are.
Oh, okay.
so
Nice to meet you.
Tom. So, and I'm gonna defend you. Do you know this?
Oh, whoa. The front porch?
Yeah.
And you guys are, yeah.
Oh, Tom!
Tom. Yeah, and you've got the firefighter thing out front sometimes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
I know Tom.
Yes.
I know Tom.
Yay.
Absolutely.
I'm so proud of you.
Tom is Tom's a good guy. I had a beer with you one time at Letty's, I believe.
Yeah, more than once, but that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Man, you're
I just
doing
call
well.
him because you owe me $1,000. No,
Tom, is it obvious that I keep a low profile in the neighborhood?
Absolutely.
Oh, and do people talk about it?
Just me.
So I'm going to say this. In my neighborhood, I know my neighbors directly around me, the people you encounter the most. It's obvious.
Yeah,
That's geographically how it's going to play out. I've met people on the neighborhood, and we have a great neighborhood, people walking by, but I can't say I know my neighbors 6 houses down. And also it's just, you're coming in and out, you're not seeing them all the time.
And Tom, what are they doing in the house next door to you on the front porch? They're changing that up, right?
Yeah, they're redoing the stone and putting a roof over top.
You know
See, I know that.
Yeah.
Are they using the same porch guy?
Yeah, I love my front porch.
It's awesome. It's got he did it right. I would love to have a front porch
and
like that.
those neighbors, you know their name, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course he does.
Preston, do you know their name?
No, I have no idea who they are. Or wait a minute. No, that's wait. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do, because that's where we watched the Super Bowl together.
That's right. Yes.
And who are they?
Tara and Dan.
Correct.
Nailed it.
You're doing it.
He
You're
was like
doing it.
85% sure of their names.
No. I just haven't seen them in a little while. So, Tom, hopefully I'll see you around soon. All right, my man?
All right, brother.
Good talking to you, bub. We'll see you later.
I'm never going to see him again.
Preston, didn't you have neighbors who moved and the house was abandoned for a while?
Yeah, my direct next door neighbors. At least 5 years.
Wow. And the basement was flooded, right?
Oh, my God. The yard was overgrown. They just let it go. And essentially, they just left and they quit paying for it.
Wow.
And just went delinquent. And
Weren't they the arguers?
No, they left a diary that said their neighbors would never talk to them.
They weren't arguers. They were just...
No, but those weren't the ones that you would listen to yelling at each other outside.
No, that was a different neighborhood.
Oh, got it. Okay.
That was totally different. These guys were... it was a different story. We're pretty convinced it was a mail-order bride situation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you love me?
Yeah.
But they just packed up and left.
Yeah.
Wow.
And nobody knew what happened to them. And then we have great neighbors that live there now. We've become really good friends with, and they rehabbed the whole house, totally redid it. And yeah, they're awesome. But that was weird. It was actually kind of nice. Even except for the rundown front yard sucked.
Right.
But we had no
and
neighbors.
the feral creatures. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of cool when you have. So we went from a case where we had an apartment, and the house next to the house where we were at, this is in Brentwood, Long Island. That they were just horrible, super noisy people, and then they left that house, Preston, and one of those cases where they just abandoned the house, but that house remained unoccupied for a long time.
Yeah.
It was wonderful.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Hang on. This is talk about nosy. Let me go to Pat here. Hey, Pat. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what, Pat? What's up?
Well, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, welcome.
Just had to share. My neighborhood, we all keep an eye out on each other, and that's fine. I'm a single woman, raised my son here. It's good, but sometimes it gets a little too close. Like one time this summer, the windows were cracked for, cool air, and I'm sneezing, and I hear somebody yelling, "God bless you."
Wow. It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
I think
so
even in that,
but not always.
yeah, in that case, I wouldn't say it for fear of making someone know that they're, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's creepy.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a great day.
I mean, if you're, what happens when you have to fart?
Oh my
Right?
God.
Yeah,
yes. It's it's going to echo. They're going to pick up.
You pig.
Yeah. All right. So thank you for the calls. We appreciate it. So according to this survey, Pennsylvania ranks number 3 in the country with the nosiest neighbors. I don't have the full report, so I don't know which 2 states came in ahead of us.
Does it come to mind, Case? Because you were the one who found the article.
No. Let's just say it was Delaware was number 1, New Jersey was number 2.
There you go. Yeah.
But it highlights Pennsylvania's ranking in this. Apparently, we're pretty bad when it comes to nosy neighbors.
By the way, the bulk of that may be in Pittsburgh. Who knows? It may not be Philadelphia.
That's a good point, obviously. All right, so as we take a break, I want to give away some Embers Smokehouse and Tap gift cards. I'm going to give away one. Actually, we'll take caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. You should see the food that they brought in here.
What's that bread pudding again? It's
mocha.
Mochaccino bread pudding.
Oh, and this song is called Cornbread?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the Dave Matthews Band song. And they brought in cornbread, too. Caller number 20, 215-263-WMMR. Holiday get-togethers, corporate events, graduation parties, memorial luncheons, whatever your catering needs, Embers has got you covered. They create personalized menus for every occasion, by the way. Catering delivery available along with full service setup in Braytown. You can contact Alicia at emberssmokehouseandtap.com. And it's not your standard barbecue. It's
Good
like
stuff.
next level barbecue. So let's get you on board and we'll give you that $50 gift card. We're going to take a break and we'll be back in just a second. So hang out with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees at they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so. You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together with the gender reveal stuff now. That went from 0 to 60.
Now, I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now an I do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore, because now if you have out-of-town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out-of-town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out-of-town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I do barbecue,
I think the I do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
But you would only invite.
An I do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that would be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also, I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
This is
really.
useless.
That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
No.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
barber bris.
The barber bris.
But listen, like the I do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal.
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an explanation, clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that it's the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went...
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, I did not know that.
High school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I did not.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him. and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was backup.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right?
No. Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With
not.
how good you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term "I do barbecue" before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers,
your golden showers.
I mean,
butterscotch bandits,
and that's
Carl overcomers.
Guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a movie.
We're here for the hot Carl party.
What were you gonna say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in
They had an I do barbecue.
They had
and now he's dead.
Yes. Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
I love it. Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues, though.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They're ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said, no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Oh, yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
Now, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other day.
So there is huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
they're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
Yeah, that buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah. We'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay.
That's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when
Once
it doesn't
there's
look
a
good.
stain,
That's why she's.
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but
never
then
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I
lovely.
always wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right.
Yeah.
Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound. Several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween one year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from the
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with
but
gas
anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah,
which is a Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I actually I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I have I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday night.
Correct.
And he owned that. It was a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and
you
then
could
Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torturing.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no.
Correct.
And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was. Yes, Susan.
families. You'll get to hear from patients who are going through their treatment now, and it is just a wonderful and beautiful evening.
And beautiful is the operative word, because it is. It's just visually, it's amazing to see. And a lot of the research that's really making inroads is being done right here in Philadelphia, correct?
Philadelphia is an incredible place for progress and research in all cancers, blood cancers particularly, and many of the therapies that we use today that are saving lives were developed here in Philadelphia, and it's just a wonderful community, very rich academic infrastructure, and just a great place to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you grow up in the area, or?
I grew up out in Doylestown.
Okay.
Central Bucks East, not West, Central Bucks East.
Yeah.
And went to school at Penn and Jefferson.
Wow. And it says, reading your bio, a world-renowned pediatric hematologist, oncologist, and researcher, and president and chief executive officer of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
And you enjoyed us, huh?
And you enjoyed our show. I'm just...
Really?
I'm blown away by that. I know.
No,
you know what? You gotta have stupid to counterbalance.
Yeah, exactly.
The brilliance.
There's no light without dark.
Nah,
yeah,
true.
And speaking of that, again, watching a video, because these events take place all around the country, probably all around the world, but the it is the perfect message. It is the light. It is the different colors. It has such a spectacular feel to it. So, do you ever get tired of seeing something like this?
No, I go to a lot of these, and they are. I mean, it's hard not to walk away inspired with tears in your eyes. It is just an incredible event, and to celebrate people that are fighting the fight.
Yeah.
Where are we with treatment for leukemia and lymphoma at this point?
You know, we've seen some remarkable advances in the last 5 years. I think we've seen 106 new therapies approved just in the last 5 or 6 years. LLS has supported more than 70% of them. So we, I think, are at the cutting edge of the research that's being done. But there's still a lot that needs to be done.
Yeah,
I don't know much about it. Who is susceptible, and what you know? Is there a way to avoid this? You know, bring me up to speed on that a little bit, if you don't mind.
In kids, this is one of the most common cancers that we see, and it is very treatable, but kids get treatment when they're very young, and these are toxic therapies. These are not precision therapies often. These are toxic therapies. So
makes them, I assume, obviously, makes them susceptible. Their immune system takes a whack, and so they then become susceptible to other things as well, correct?
They become susceptible to other things, and many of them carry with them life-altering or life-limiting side effects for the rest of their lives because of the treatment for their cancer.
Right.
It's not screenable or preventable right now, but it is something that we're working on. Screening and prevention is an active area of research, and we hope that there will be advances there too to help catch it early.
So my nephew Luke is in remission for leukemia, which is a great thing, and he was diagnosed in 2017. And I remember when we got the diagnosis, a lot of things about that. One of the first was that the doctors thought, the oncologists thought, he'll probably be okay. He'll probably survive. If he had gotten that diagnosis 10 or 15 years prior, he might not have. And, you know, the percentages increase every year because of the research that's done by LLS, because of the commitment from LLS to families like mine, you know, and kids like Luke. So can you talk about the advancements that have been made really in recent history to make leukemia much more treatable and curable?
Yeah, so thank you for that, Nick, and it is great to hear about your nephew. You know, more kids die of leukemia than any other cancer still, and more kids die of cancer than any other disease. So absolutely, there have been amazing advances in the last 10, 15, 20 years, just over the course of my career. But many of those advances for some of the leukemias that we see, you know, we're pushing the limits of toxicity. We're giving these kids everything they can handle to achieve a cure.
Yeah, it beat the crap out of him. I mean, you know, he suffered for a long time, and so and he was a kid. He's this poor little child that you're watching go through these things, and you know that probably on the other end of it, he's going to be all right. But what it does to the child, what it does to the family, is really difficult to go through.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do, and we're trying to find more precise therapies that are more targeted for the cancer and less targeted for the rest of the kid, so that there's fewer side effects.
There's obviously with a lot of this stuff is now enabling the body to affect to help with the assistance and in other words natural mechanisms to kick in. I'm speaking in a completely generic way, I'm sure, but I assume that's a focus here as well, because if your body is implementing a lot of this. You're not introducing those toxic treatments, correct?
Yeah, see, that's why I've been listening, because that was quite brilliant, Steve.
Yeah, there we go.
We try to manipulate the patient's own immune system to fight the cancer, and that's been a real advance just in the last 5 years.
I mean, listen, I'm 48 years old, and I had to have my wife explain to me the stages of cancer over the weekend because I didn't. I'm like, okay. So she would say, all right, well, stage 1 is this, stage 2. And I'm like, okay, but what is that? Right. So, and how you get to stage 4 and metastasize is the word that she threw at me. Right.
job.
So,
Yep.
okay. All right.
Good
so
job.
that gets into like the lymph system.
I was like, why is he saying it like that?
No. But she also said that we are leaps and bounds above where we were 5 years ago.
Yep.
And with immunotherapy and stuff like that. So what you're talking about, trying to target the attack rather than just, all right, let's just chuck it at the whole vessel.
Right.
That we are getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know so much more about what causes these cancers. We know about the genomics of these cells. I don't want to get too technical, but, we understand a lot more just in the last 5-6 years than we have in a long time.
I just want to say thank you for
You're
using
welcome.
your brains to do what you do, because you could have done anything, you know what I mean? Like, but at a certain point, you're like, Mom, I'm too smart to let this talent go to waste. I'm going to go to med school and be a doctor and save lives.
Well, I appreciate that. If you had talked to my brother, he doesn't think I can do.
You need to
where I need to be.
Call up your family today.
Where does
and
your
say,
brother think you need to be?
I was thanked for my brains today.
Andy, I participated in Light the Night a few years ago prior to the diagnosis with my family, and I thought it was a really nice event. It was heartwarming. It was really cool, but for me, it wasn't personal. And then when the diagnoses happened with Luke, I was like, oh, I get what LLS does. I get, why it means so much. So I'll be there again on Saturday. It really is a good time. You hear so many heartwarming, wonderful stories of people who are going through this. The other thing that I try to think about is that somebody's going to get this diagnosis today or get this diagnosis tomorrow, and they are not going to know what to do. And what LLS does is help them navigate the path, because you forget how to pay bills. You forget how to do so many things because you've been walloped over the head by this terrible diagnosis. So what LLS is able to do for families who are just getting this news is nothing short of remarkable.
Yeah, and thank you, Nick, for saying that, because LLS isn't just about research. It is about providing support to patients and families. It's about being in Washington, being in Harrisburg, making sure our legislators know what these families are going to so we can change the rules. And for those of you who don't know it, Nick has been a real staunch supporter of LLS. He's been our visionary of the year and fundraising through our big climb event. So really appreciate all that you're doing, Nick.
Thanks, man. And I got a cool lantern that I get to wave around on Saturday night. So it'll be Team Luke. If you want to join us, all the information is up on PrestonandSteve.com. We'd love to have you.
Can you purchase one of those?
You can, and you can make a financial contribution, Steve, if you can't make the event on Saturday night. But all the information is right up on our website. We'd love for you to be a part of Team Luke. But even if you can't, just come. Take a walk, see the lanterns. There's music that's being played, and I think we end with fireworks on Saturday night,
Yeah,
too.
and Darren Sproul's going to be there, too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Darren Sproles of your Philadelphia Eagles. So
Very
it'll be a
nice.
good time.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Doctor. Good luck with the event, and we appreciate you because you're way too smart to listen.
Thank
to
you.
our show. So
Thanks for using your brain.
And go Phils. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Andy Kolb, President and CEO of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Wow. I'm always blown away.
Well,
always blown away.
I mean, I know if I possessed the intellect, I would not listen to us.
No.
But, God bless the people who do.
There is a story that Steve sent to me, and I wanted to pass this along to you, and I found this quite intriguing. If you are planning on flying or have flown in recent times, you know what it's like.
If you're flying or have flowed.
Or have flowed.
Yeah.
Sorry. There is, now you notice that when you go on to, and I don't know if it's with every airline, but I use like two of them mainly that I go to. And when you are...
Is one of them American Schmerlines?
One of them is an American airline.
Okay.
Yes, I will tell you that.
All right.
One of them mainly flies in the southwest of the United States.
Okay, I got you.
So anyhow, when you are, although Southwest, you don't have to pick your seat, but when you go in to choose your seat, a lot of those you have to pay extra for.
Right.
Right? Okay. So I didn't realize, but it makes total sense.
Yeah.
Steve sent me this article.
It's sort of an eye-opener.
It's a thing called calculated misery. Okay? It's a theory that commercial airlines make their customer experience so awful that people will spend money on services that used to be free in order to avoid the inconvenience.
So you sort of manipulate them to the suck, And then you say, for this amount of money, we can de-suck the experience.
We'll suck, it'll suck less.
Yeah.
Airlines have been doing that for years now.
Right. But they've been doing it. A lot of these things, as you just pointed out, were part of your ticket to begin with.
Sure.
Like your luggage and your seat. You did not have to pay extra for that. You do now.
Yeah, and I will. That's one of the things that I'll get sucked into is the seat.
Or also,
because it's one of those things. Sorry, Preston, just jumping in here. It's one of those things you'll say, "F it."
Yeah.
And the last minute, forget it. Okay, I'm fine.
Priority seating as well.
Right.
Not necessarily meaning you get a better seat, but you get onto the plane before other people do, and things like that.
You actually now have to pay to be in the fuselage as opposed to outside wing walking.
It is crazy, all of the added charges, though, when you purchase a ticket now. Because you used to look at the ticket price and go, oh, okay, it's whatever. But now then you got to wait.
It's like a CVS receipt.
Well, yeah, you have to wait until the end to see all the other added charges.
Yeah.
Yep. In fact, the worst, or at least the highest hidden fees of all of the carriers, Spirit Airlines. And they're a discount airline.
I've heard that. So you get the ticket, and that is all you get.
Yeah, we flew
You can't even fly. You just get a ticket.
Right.
I would like to add worth to this piece of it.
What were you going to say, Kate?
That's right.
Okay.
You know what? Frontier is like that too. And I've flown Frontier a number of times because it is cheaper. But like you have to, I'll go back and forth between American and Frontier because Frontier, you just see that you're just getting on the plane. You don't even have a seat yet. Like, so I will compare the two to see. And sometimes it is cheaper, but it's not as cheap as it looks when you look at the price.
We were just talking about the fact that they don't feel the incentive to do the Priceline thing anymore. And in fact, this is going in the exact opposite way of making everything a value that you have to pay extra for.
So the term calculated misery was first coined by Tim Wu, who is a Columbia Law School professor. There he is.
He's good. He's
You've
very
heard of him
Ric
before.
Flair-ish.
He first came up with that phrase in 2014. It was a piece for the New Yorker, and he described a joint effort by the airline industry to maximize profits by making baseline products low quality and then offering upgrades for purchase.
What do you got there, Wu?
So in order for the fees to work, there needs to be something worth paying to avoid.
Yeah.
That necessitates, at some level, a strategy that can be described as calculated misery. The practice includes targeting areas that were once free, including baggage costs, boarding times, and seat selection.
How soon before they're going to charge you based on the odds that your luggage will arrive?
Basic service without fees must be sufficiently degraded in order to make people want to pay to escape it. And that's where the suffering begins.
It's diabolical. Have you noticed on flights... excuse me, if you noticed, I don't travel enough to really make a direct observation, but I know people who do have noticed the aisles seemingly getting more narrow, the seat spacing getting more problematic. Are you noticing it, Kathy?
Yes, yeah. And certain airlines and certain planes, the seats are smaller. I remember getting on one, and it must have been an old plane because the seat, in regular, coach was fine. I was like, oh, this is like a decent size.
Well, I've mentioned this before. So you notice when you sit in your seat, if you sit at a window seat, sometimes the window will be perfectly positioned right there where it should be. Other times you're kind of like you're in a tweener. You're in between the windows.
Right.
And the reason being is because the aircraft manufacturers like Boeing and McDonnell Douglas and all that, they don't put the seats in. They just build the aircraft.
Right.
And then the airline puts the seats in, and they try to cram in as many as they can, and therefore it doesn't match up with the spacing of the windows, and that's why you get those weird little window gaps.
Well, you remember what we were talking about, which is the new placement of the new aircraft that are being built, where it was almost like a bunk seat sort of situation. Do you remember that?
Yes, because it made me anxious because I could never. I'd be claustrophobic
on the lower seat.
If I were tucked beneath the person, and by the way, they'd probably be farting on you the entire aircraft, flight.
That's a good point.
But Steve, I would really feel uncomfortable down there, even if I had more leg room than in a normal airline.
Right.
Yeah, I remember there was a time I used to look forward to flying.
To the farts.
No, not that. Just the flying, the whole experience of it all. Getting on an airplane, going somewhere.
You're going somewhere.
Yeah.
I still get excited for the flight. But I mean, it can go south quickly.
I don't get excited for the flight. I get excited for the destination.
Yeah.
When you're eventually there.
Yeah, that's nice. But the actual flight.
They always bring me up to the cockpit and they talk to me and they give me little wings. It's very.
I do like looking out the window. That's why I always get a window seat. I like to see that high above the ground. I think it's just kind of fascinating to look at the features on the ground.
Those people look like ants. No, we haven't taken off yet.
Actually, I like to spot golf courses.
Oh, do you?
Believe it or not, that's what I like to do.
That's funny.
So it kind of entertains me for a little bit. But the whole, being crammed in there for a couple hours, I don't look forward to that.
A lot of people have fun now. They kill time by defecating just outside the laboratory.
It's been happening a lot lately.
All right. So, what is the radius of distance or time where you have to go from I'm going to make that drive or I'm going to get on a plane? Like for me, it's about 5.
Alaska.
No. It's about 5 or 5.5 hours. Like
Yeah.
If it's beyond Boston, north, I'll get on a plane.
Yeah.
But I'll make the drive to Boston.
Oh, you will.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Agreed.
No,
Yeah, Boston's close enough. It would depend on if there was like a special deal and it was really inexpensive, then I might fly. But yeah, that's a drivable distance. But
price
outside
had never been lower.
Forget about it. Yeah.
So Boston would be it for you.
I would never drive to Florida, ever.
Oh, we
a
did.
tough drive.
Oh, for Christ's sake,
I've
we
done it
did.
a bunch.
Nick, years ago when the Subaru the Mazda first came out. The Mazda with the rotary engine, this compact vehicle. I'm the size I am now in like junior high school. And we drove down Preston to Miami. And I wanted to find a gun shop the second we got into town rather than I wanted to kill myself before the return trip. It was a nightmare. That trip, it's godforsaken.
We used to drive to Florida when I was a kid. My parents would drive us
frequently?
down. Yeah, because we had family down there. So we couldn't always fly when it was 5 of us,
Right.
So, yeah, we would drive down often. And I don't know if it was those rides that did it or just having to drive, in New York because I also had family up there. But I will fly anywhere. Like, I've tried for years to figure out how I can fly to Montauk. So I just need to find someone actually.
There is an airport.
There is an airport. I just need someone who has their own plane that can take me there. So
right, yes, it is a private airport.
If there's anyone out there. But even when I went to Boston, people are like, "Oh, you could drive." Nope, no, thank you.
Okay.
But you have to get like a rental car and you have to pack up all your crap. And like to me, sometimes, and I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you, but sometimes I feel like it's just as efficient and to put the stuff in the car and then have your car waiting for you, because you made the drive up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I understand that too.
We took driving trips as a kid, and they were enjoyable. They were definitely fun. Not for my parents, I'm sure, but my son was saying the other day, he's like, we never really took a driving vacation tour. I'm like, well, we drove, we drove 15 hours before.
We did is go to Hawaii. Shut up.
But he was kind of intrigued by the idea of the driving.
The Griswold vacation. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole premises of that.
Yeah, but I mean, you have no choice. If you can't afford flying, then you're driving, That's kind of what we did as a kid. By the way, 8 major U.S. airlines made $4.2 billion in revenue on assigned seat fees alone.
Just assigned seat fees. But I do it every time. I will, I want to sit where I want to sit. I want an aisle.
So you'll pay extra to get a seat you want?
It means that, yeah.
Same. I'm the same.
Okay. I'm a window guy, and I've also...
Yeah, but will you pay extra for the window?
Usually don't have to.
Oh, you don't have to.
You know why? I also sit near the back. Everybody hates sitting in the back.
You claim your handicap.
Everybody hates sitting in the back of the plane. If you were to kind of check your watch while everybody's unloading, it's only a few minutes longer. It's not that much longer to get off the aircraft. I always choose my seat by how close to the wing it is. Because if you are too close to the wing, sitting behind it, it obstructs your view.
You can't see the golf courses.
You can't see the golf courses, exactly.
Yeah.
So I will either sit just in front of the wing or way in the back so I can get a good view.
I have an aunt who will not sit behind the wing. She has to be in front of the wing because...
Too noisy?
Nope, because somewhere either in real life or a movie. It was indicated that
Yeah.
in the crash, the back is where you're going to die, and if you are going to survive, you've got to be in
See,
front.
I've
of
heard the
other way
opposite.
around.
Yeah, I've heard the opposite.
Yeah, I hear the back of the plane is much safer.
Well,
Sucker.
She will not book behind the wing.
That's hilarious.
By the way, just in baggage fees alone, in 2022, airlines raked in $5.3 billion.
Just in baggage?
Just in baggage fees alone.
The notion, I remember when they first started charging by weight for your baggage, I'm like, where in the F did this come from? Well, that's where it came from.
Yeah. And now it's just, if you just want to check a bag, period.
Yeah.
Well, and what's annoying too about the weight is that some of them are like, okay, if you're like 52, 53, they're like, go ahead. And then you have the others who are like, no, you need to take 3 pounds out. I'm like, the last guy on the last flight let me through. So it's got to be okay. Just let me through.
Well, and it's the worst thing to see that stupid by the ticket counter, luggage open.
It's so
where they're
annoying.
moving stuff around to shift it around between the bags.
Hang on a second. Glenn is driving to Florida as we speak. Hey, Glenn, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, man. You're making the drive right now?
I am. I just entered West Palm, Florida.
Oh, wow. So you're listening on the app then?
I am.
Did you stop off at south of the border?
No, I stopped at Buc-ee's, actually.
Buck, okay. So those roadside attractions, those places are that was fun, but the fun wears out quickly.
Glenn, do you make this drive regularly?
Unfortunately, in the last 3 months, this is the third time I've had to drive up there.
Why?
Wow.
I had a son who was battling cancer. Unfortunately, lost his battle.
Oh my God, so sorry.
Thank you. And we had his service on Saturday, so I had to drive up there for that so I can bring some of his stuff back.
Oh, that's terrible. I am so sorry to hear that, Glenn. Wow.
Thank you.
But the drive, the drive, has that allowed you to let your mind kind of wander around a bit?
Yeah, so it's actually, as I told the intern, it's a kind of a therapy,
No.
an MMR, but to put the app on and listen to music and have some therapy,
Glenn, I have to say there have been times in my life where the long drive in situations like that you're going through now, which is horrible, obviously, where it is a sort of a Zen thing and it allows you to recenter. So sorry for your loss, but yeah, I hope this is all
100%.
helping. Yeah.
100%.
All right, hang in there, Glenn. Thanks for checking in, man. We appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys.
We'll see you.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Yeah, it's a great place to, definitely a long drive to get some ideas.
Okay.
Let your mind wander.
Did you find for the times you went out on the 2 on-air segments that we did?
I loved it.
And you that was a dream of yours, and I assume that was a thought that it would be that time to reflect on things, and you ended up getting that, right?
But also, like when you are, when you have days and days and days of driving ahead of you, it's really not that bad. You just, you know what I mean? Like you're not in a rush or anything like that. So.
But from the back seat, I just want to stop
and tell you what I feel, Gino Vanelli.
Jackie Bam Bam singing in the back seat.
Can we stop for salad balls?
It was, listen, it's like driving with a child. Yeah. It was,
I need to put a head on my muchacho.
My parents are getting too old. They spend about half the year in Colorado to drive back and forth. And so I proposed the idea this weekend that we would, my son and I would drive their car out and then fly home. So we would, maybe in like May or June of next summer. And I think that drive is fairly doable. I think that's like 3 or 4 days. How long did it take you to get to like Arizona, Case? Was that?
We got there by Thursday.
Okay.
I mean,
But you guys were hauling ass, weren't you?
Yeah. Yes and yeah. I mean, there were no stops, right?
Right.
I mean, like we just, we stopped at Cadillac Ranch or whatever. We stopped
had a chili dog.
and we had a chili dog. Well, that's when we stopped for the night. But like we didn't really. I mean, it was like let's gas and go to the bathroom, So we were really kind of no nonsense.
Make a poo poo.
I bet you could do 3 days, Nick.
I think
that
so.
sounds
Yeah,
about right.
And then the reward at the end is that you get to fly home. You don't have to do the drive back.
Yes.
Because you did that too twice.
What's the furthest you've ever driven, Preston, in one shot?
We drove
The longest, I should say.
from St. Louis to Copper Mountain in Colorado. That was a pretty long drive.
That was in one shot.
Yeah, we started overnight after a gig.
Oh my
Yeah, we got started at like 2 a.m.
So I
We
did.
drove all night.
I did Long Island to Pottstown on the Canadian border of upstate New York, 9-hour drive.
Okay.
I drove there. I did an hour stand up, got in the car, and drove home.
Came home.
Yeah.
I did Lewisburg, where Bucknell is, to Key West, and that was about 24 hours. And I was not driving the entire time. There were shifts that so there were a few people in the car. But Steve, I'll never forget this because we made it to Florida, and I was like, "All right, we made it to Florida," and then it's like 12 more hours to go because of the entire length of Florida.
Yeah.
And then you get to Miami.
Right.
Yeah, you're like, all right, we made it to Miami. 4 more hours driving to Keys.
When you think you've we're heading home, no. Your trip's just beginning.
Nick, I think one of the main reasons I have not been to Key West is because I know that you can actually get there and fly there, but it's that drive, and that's typically what people do. And I'm always like, I'm out. Let's pick another city in
Not that
Florida.
bad as long as you don't hit traffic. It's not that bad.
And it's also very beautiful.
It's really
I know. I see the pictures and I want to go there, but the fact that you've got to drive in there, and now that they do the flights, I'm like, all right, I think I would even like to just land and get on whatever little plane it is to get me there.
Don't you want to play True Lies as you're driving out there and everything?
Nice. All right. Well, listen, it's an interesting concept, but it makes total sense. It's called calculated misery. They make you miserable until you pay to not be miserable.
We make you miserable.
Yeah, and you're screwed because it's the.
Thank you. We know a number of airlines could have made you miserable today. We're glad you chose to be miserable with us.
All right, let us take a break and come back in a second. We're going to give away the last of our $50 gift card for Smokehouse and Tap. Man, Ember's Smokehouse and Tap, they are wonderful. I mean, it is next level barbecue food that you're going to love. We'll take call number 16, 215-263-WMMR. It's a unique twist on classic barbecue. Their Scratch Kitchen makes it easy to cater to dietary restrictions. Everybody can sit at the Embers table and feast. So visit emberssmokehouseandtap.com. They're in Chalfont, and you can view the menu, and it is just that good. So 16 caller 215-263-WMMR. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, but then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair for the role.
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude, with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, and Adam West was there, the original Batman. So everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack. With about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery. And you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing. And so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby; it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my this is before I was famous. And I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy? And
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him: "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta," and you came over and you looked me in the eye just like you did 10 minutes ago and shook my hand and said, "Hi, it's very nice to meet you." And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen
and John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever he was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've
so.
saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much, as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore,
Right.
He does, but
right.
nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher. I'm sorry to interrupt.
that's
I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a
Tiny
quick
bit.
shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history.
Yeah.
Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus.
Yes.
I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them.
Yeah.
But I'm most comfortable dancing, and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune, you know.
Well,
I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like, for instance, You're the One That I Want in Greece.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
Yeah. A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with the career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy.
Do you so some people are calling it a horror suspense. Do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. I love Carrie. When I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant director. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix, iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got 2 pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon.
Okay.
Soon. I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you sort of. asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
That's
in that
the actor,
right.
And Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose zone,
the Moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character.
So that's
to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it has more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have a long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm not, when I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction. But in that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't, but if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And this morning it is brought to you by Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills. The #1 rated haunted attraction in America, open now through Halloween. You can get tickets and reserve your time now at thebatesmotel.com. I'm going to follow up this story Kathy had in news earlier this morning. Federal authorities have released more details on unsealed charges in the theft of more than 2 million dimes earlier this year from a tractor trailer that had picked up the coins from the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia. The truck driver was bound for Miami. He pulled into a parking lot to sleep on April 13th, and during the night, thieves made off with a portion of its cargo.
My dimes will be safe.
Of $750,000 in dimes, a shipment weighing about 6 tons.
Jeez.
Thousands of coins, were left scattered all over the lot in Northeast Philly. Prosecutors contend that the theft, which they now say totaled about $234,000 in stolen dimes, was part of a spree of robberies from tractor trailers passing through the region that also netted the thieves frozen crab legs, shrimp, meat, beer, and liquor.
Hope it's a big dime party.
That's a party right there.
So with the question would be, obviously, you get those dimes and you know what it's worth, but how do you move those dimes?
I will tell you in a moment. A detective said that at the time, surveillance video showed 6 men dressed in gray hoodies and armed with bolt cutters approaching the truck in the middle of the night and breaking into it and then loading the coins into smaller bags and into a waiting truck. The indictment unsealed Friday alleges that the theft, thousands of dimes, were converted into cash at coin machines in Maryland or through deposits to at least 4 different suburban Philadelphia banks. So that's how they did it. Yep. 4 Philadelphia men face conspiracy, robbery, theft of government money, and other charges as well. A French pilot was found dead hiking in California after a 2-day search in Mount Whitney.
Jeez.
Tom Gerbier, I guess, since he's French, reportedly fell 1,000 feet during a hike at California Sequoia National Park this week. Wow.
Oh, good. I was planning on hiking that mountain next year.
Really?
Yeah.
1,000 feet.
So the Air France pilot began his hike early Tuesday morning up the tallest mountain in the continental United States. He was reported missing Wednesday when he didn't show up for his return flight.
If it had been just half that, he might have survived.
Ground teams began searching Wednesday with no result, and by Thursday, Park and Police authorities searched through Whitney's mountaineering route and found clues that the hiker may have fallen off of a cliff named the Notch.
The Notch.
Nick, don't do the Notch, but if you go there, do the Nooch.
Yeah. Keep it in Nooch.
And just keep it in Nooch, and you should be good. The Park Service helicopter found a motionless hiker wearing clothing that matched Grabier's description.
Are the notches for everyone who's fallen off that cliff?
His body was transferred to the sheriff's office via helicopter. Authorities confirmed his identity. Air France said in a statement that their former employee had been on a stopover in Los Angeles.
Oh, boy.
His death is the second fatality for Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks this year. Mount Whitney stands more than 14,500 feet tall, by the way. So, wow. Her name is Drika Martin, and she's sharing her strange addiction on TikTok to help spread awareness. She is addicted to eating Johnson's baby powder.
She eats baby powder?
Yes.
How can you do that?
Martin first tasted the powder as a child and began to crave it about 10 years ago when she was a teenager. Now at 27 and a mom herself, listen to this, Martin eats about $4,000 worth of the stuff annually.
$4 grand worth of baby powder. So how's she doing it? Is it like the cinnamon challenge, or is she mixing it in with things?
It's a good question.
How does that not cake
Kill
up
you.
in your throat?
Yeah.
Or your stomach?
She said, if I had the choice between eating real food and baby powder, I'd choose baby powder. I would spend my last dollar on it because I need it so much. And she's determined to quit. To be a good mother to her son who has shown interest in copying her behavior. Martin probably suffers from pica. We've talked about that before, an eating disorder where sufferers eat non-food items like chalk.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
A spokesperson for Johnson said Johnson's cornstarch baby powder with aloe and vitamin E is formulated to use on the skin only and should not be ingested.
Does it mention any medical issues that this has created?
Anything about side effects or medical problems that she's having, but I can't believe.
I bet you her innards are really soft.
I can't believe that it's good for you, so we'll see. A Lithuanian man in Spain, living in Spain, has been accused of faking heart attacks to get out of paying for restaurant bills. The man has used this tactic 20 times.
And they have pictures of him. Yeah, because obviously these restaurants have all these cameras.
Yep, and he is well known for these acts by the time he was arrested.
This is, instead of putting a cockroach in your meal, he fakes a heart attack.
Yep, recently he ordered 2 whiskeys and seafood paella. The bill came to about $37, and the man said that he had to go to his hotel room to get cash. When restaurant staff refused to let him leave, he threw himself on the ground and pretended to have a heart attack. Instead of calling an ambulance, staff called the police. He was arrested multiple times.
I'm having a heart attack.
The modus operandi was the same. A spokesperson said that this is what he does to try and get free meals. In Tennessee, Memphis to be specific, a man is lucky to be alive after a bullet came through his windshield and knocked off his glasses while he was driving.
Off his glasses.
That is about as close to it as you can get. The victim told police that he heard several gunshots, realized a bullet...
Can't see without his glasses. Put his glasses on.
He realized a bullet had come through his windshield. The driver said that he heard a very loud noise, realized his glasses were gone, then saw a bullet hole in the windshield.
Excuse me.
The victim drove to a nearby restaurant for help. A customer at El Porton snapped pictures of the damage that showed the bullet had gone all the way through the Mazda and exited through the rear windshield.
That's insane.
According to witnesses, the victim was not hurt but was shaken up by what happened. Police have not released any suspect information, so they have no idea who did it or why.
You wouldn't even try that as a trick shot.
No, and that is all I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so I have something to give away. We have a screening. It is tomorrow night, and this will be at the AMC Cherry Hill at 7 p.m. It's 5 Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, yeah.
And if you would like to go, we'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263. WMMR, and we'll set you up. And there is another chance for you in at WMMR.com. The deadline for that is 11 a.m. today, so make sure you go check that out now. And it's brought to you from Blumhouse. They are producers of Megan. And Universal Pictures presents Five Nights at Freddy's, rated PG-13, in theaters and on Peacock October 27th. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, and music news on the way.
Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, "John, well, I don't." Why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow, I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go? He just let you go?
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct
It's
it.
got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's the smartest.
Yeah, yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go, because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow. And for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy,
Yeah.
and it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because he had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, let's see, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, 3 different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine alone. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was
the
that?
Immediate flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
Yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So, but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour as a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. You know, it's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more. You know.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of, you know, having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things. You know?
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is getting is being donated.
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on, or his husband had never seen.
He had never seen
and
Grease.
You actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was, watching his reaction, you know, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and they the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny, though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around, thank God.
Yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Because these are great movies that sit there, and when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes, because the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact. Because Grease and Senator Peepers, seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh,
yeah.
at that point,
you're Donald Zuko at that point.
I think you should do it. The Fox News Group did today. They did a reenactment of Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
100%.
We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-Birds here.
Sure. Frenchie.
I'm the lesser-known guy, Baldy. So
it doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still to this day, if somebody says rockin' and rollin'
and whatnot,
of course,
it just finishes all the time,
every single time.
That's hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us over the years. It's a real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's you have beautiful eyes.
Really,
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice too. What a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
Yeah.
So anyway,
You had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote-unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh my God, two great stories.
Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep.
Riders, of course. Everlong on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, you have to pardon me. Got something in my meat tooth.
Yeah, the meat tooth.
Wow. Hang on a second.
What are you dining on now?
No, I need a toothpick. I'm literally was just finishing up.
How about a credit card?
A pencil, something like that. Actually, it is from our friends at Ember's Smokehouse and Tap. I was having a little bit of the brisket.
Oh.
And some of that got in my meat tooth. And the cornbread, by the way, which is fantastic. It's moist and a little sweet.
Maybe I ought to eat your cornbread.
What the?
Oh, mother, you can't have my cornbread. That's for damn sure.
What is that from?
It's the movie Life with Eddie Murphy. I believe Martin Lawrence is in it.
Martin Lawrence is in it. And, who else is in it? Bernie Mac. Is it Bernie Mac in it?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
All I want to make is a little cornbread, you motherfuckers. All I want to make is a little cornbread.
But anyway, the food is fantastic.
Yeah.
So very, very, very much enjoyed that.
Cornbread clips alone.
All right. Lesson question. We are going to give away a float session at Halcyon Floats. Man, you will enjoy this if you can answer this question correctly. When I wear my sunglasses, what former first lady do I look like? 215-263 WMMR. So I'm driving through my neighborhood wearing my sunglasses with the visor down. What former first lady do I resemble? 215-263 WMMR. If you happen to know the answer, call. While you call, we will go through the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we got stories from Steve Morrison. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Yes, well, Cher denying her daughter-in-law's claims that she arranged to have her son kidnapped to get him away from her. Cher says the accusation is laughable, noting if she was that upset, she would just kill the bitch.
Oh my God.
Emily Blunt is apologizing, we mentioned this yesterday, for calling an anonymous waitress enormous during a TV interview 10 years ago. Blunt says her language skills clearly eluded her back then, and the waitress was, in fact, super fat.
Oh. Oh,
which I think is worse.
God.
And reality star Kim Zolciak has gotten laser vaginal rejuvenation to ostensibly tighten things up Zolciak says one unplanned benefit is that her vagina can now be used as an air fryer. That's your Hollywood track.
All righty, we will see if someone knows who I look like when I wear my sunglasses. 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Megan to try and get an answer. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Megan. All right, when I wear my sunglasses, who do I look like?
Jackie O.
Jackie O. Yeah. Hang on, Megan. Got you a float session at Halcyon Floats. You're going to love this. Stress can be scary. Relax with a float session from Halcyon Floats, Philadelphia's premier float center. Relax, recover, reset. HalcyonFloats.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
Few things to mention here. We'll start with this. Having a book of the White Stripes lyrics out has been an emotional experience for Jack White. The White Stripes Complete Lyrics, 1997 to 2007, was published earlier this month by White's Third Man Books. In addition to those lyrics, it includes never-before-seen rough drafts, alternate lyrics and photographs, as well as 3 essays, including one by White's nephew and Third Man co-owner Ben Blackwell.
And it got him emotional?
Jack said, yeah, he got, while he was reading some of these lyrics, I guess he hasn't gone through some in a while. And he said bringing back memories of what some of that stuff was like kind of brought him to tears.
There you go. He's a sensitive guy.
He is a sensitive guy.
You know, we talked about the fact that one of his things that he enjoys doing is reupholstering furniture.
Yeah, he does. So only sensitive people do that.
It's true.
Over the past weekend, KISS received the city of Cleveland's first ever music keynote to the city. Paul Stanley, Eric Singer, and Tommy Thayer attended the event held at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I won't be able to be there. I'm taking my son to T-ball.
Paul said, we've always felt that this was a home away from home. It's interesting to be here when everyone knows our storied past with the Rock Hall. The Hall of Fame has found new footing, and the artists who belong here are getting in. The city officially proclaimed Sunday as Kiss Day. The Offspring may be releasing new music by the middle of the year. Singer Brian Dexter Holland and guitarist Kevin Noodles Wasserman talked about songwriting for their next album and said that it's about halfway finished. In describing the new music, Noodles said, the last song we did definitely sounds like an old school. Sounds kind of like Come Out Swinging. Definitely some old school stuff, and then some rockin' stuff and some poppy punk stuff too. The Offspring's most recent album, Let the Bad Times Roll, was released in 2021. Pete Townsend is working on a musical score for a novel that he wrote in 2019. He said, I'm still developing the score and recording the music. I'm also working on a documentary about the project from its inception in 2007 until today.
He wrote the new Goosebumps, right?
He said, I'm probably 2 years off completing it, at which time I hope to perform it with a full opera and a cast of guest singers.
This one is called Goosebumps.
It was called what?
Goosebumps.
A description of Townsend's book reads that it explores the anxiety of modern life and madness in a story that stretches across 2 generations of a London family, their lovers, collaborators, and friends. And it is available on hardcover and audiobook.
Do you notice the Kids Are All Right, the documentary, is still a great watch. I watched it a couple days ago.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's terrific.
Nice.
Especially that Keith Moon footage where you can see... It was no shock that he had passed away early.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
He was a bit unhinged.
Yeah.
I mentioned this earlier in Entertainment Report, but I'm going to bring it up here in Music News. Poison's frontman, Bret Michaels, heard a story about a dog named after him in Nebraska and reportedly reached out and adopted the animal.
You were named after the dog?
The Nebraska Humane... Who is that supposed to be?
That's Sala from Last Crusade.
Oh, my God. The Nebraska Humane Society recently posted a story about a 6-year-old husky named Bret Michaels.
Yes.
3 kittens were brought into the rescue recently. 2 of the 3 were doing well, but one had signs of flea anemia. The kitten needed some blood, but transfusions are normally hard for cats because they do not have a universal blood type. So Bret Michaels had his blood work done, the dog, earlier that day, and he became a candidate to help out the cat. The canine blood could be used for transfusions for cats, they found out. The Humane Society said even with the first round of transfusion, the kitten started to show signs of improvement. And so Bret Michaels, the singer, got word of the dog, Bret Michaels' story, and contacted the Nebraska Humane Society and adopted him.
That's wonderful.
Yep. The Humane Society said on their Facebook that we can't wait to see how he thrives in his new home. We just hope it doesn't get too confusing when someone tells Brett Michaels to fetch. Wanted to mention this. I'm going to roll this out a couple of times this week, but our friends, the No Name Pops, have an event coming up on Saturday. Yes, and it will be at the Kimmel Center, the Verizon Hall, and they're doing Let's Groove Tonight, Motown, and the Philly Sound. And, of course, they came out to our live broadcast at Subaru of America.
Man, I'd really like to see that.
They were incredible. So we highly recommend you get the tickets and go see them. There are 2 shows Saturday, October 28th, 3 and 8 p.m. And then one last story, and I don't know why it was suggested we put this in music news, but Eric Simon from our promotions department, our director, wanted me to mention this. So we have an announcement. It's a show announcement, but it's not a concert. It is our friend Tom Papa. And he's going to be playing the show at the Keswick Theater in Glenside Friday, February 16th.
I know why he did this. Because Tom is good friends with Rob Zombie. And
Maybe that's it.
It's obvious.
Yep. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via AXS.com. And Tom's one of the best stand-ups out there. So if you'd like to see him, he's going to be at the Keswick February 16th. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. And I believe we'll have some giveaways next week for that. So get yourself ready for that. All right, that's it in music news. We are taking a break. We're coming back. We're wrapping up the show when we return. So stay with us, please.
I would
That would be brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
but
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school,
with this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
he gets his own judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV.
Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of there.
I knew we were
through
going
the TV.
that way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
That's Monday's Labor Day, so 8 Just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the
about.
girl who does
Fear?
No.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chappa-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What just
second.
happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, it's a cup of good roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
This is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators. Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And, yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggested
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's here in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Blink 182 one more time. Bills just need to do it one more time tonight. That's it. And win the series.
Come on!
One more time. By the way, speaking of Blink, July 26th, that is when they will be in town at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets go on sale Friday, I believe. So, and I was looking at the listing for them. It says, I don't go to many concerts, but looking, it says high demand event. So as you can imagine, tickets are going to go very, 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 very quick for that show. Let me see. What do we need to do here? I guess, today's Tattoo Day.
Yes.
We should probably give that away, shouldn't we? All right, we'll do that first. I would like to inform and congratulate Mr. Bobby Goodwin. Mullica Hill, New Jersey. And Bobby is going to get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing to get his very own Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. Check them out. Floating World is at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. Artwork samples available at floatingworldtattoos.com. You can also check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So congratulations to you. Thank you very much to Dr. Andy Kolb, who is president and CEO of the Leukemia Lymphoma Society, a very learned man. Grew up listening to the Preston and Steve Show.
Yes.
Huge fan of our program, which is always wild when you find out someone as cerebral as that is into this show.
Right. But seems to defy logic.
Yeah, the event that he is promoting, other than just the general awesomeness of the LLS itself, is the Light the Night event, which is going to be at Aikens Oval on Saturday, 5 p.m. Nick is going to be there. Team Luke.
I'm your host.
Representing the whole event.
Yeah.
And are they doing the floating?
Yeah. So we're going to carry these
lanterns.
These guys around, these lanterns. Yeah, these red lanterns light up. And it really is a pretty and fun and heartwarming event. And we'd love for people to be a part of Team Luke. But just stop by if you're anywhere near Aikens Oval, the Art Museum. It's Saturday evening, and all the information's up on the website.
Excellent. And thank you very much to Embers Smokehouse and Tavern in Chalfont. Their food is absolutely outstanding, and they do a twist on classic barbecue, and they take it up a notch or two. And it is absolutely wonderful. So thank you for that. And yes, all the cornbread that you brought by. Hang on, I need a cornbread clip. Here we go.
Smelling me some cornbread.
Some cornbread. All right, so thank you guys. We do appreciate that. You can check them out at Embers Smokehouse and Tap.com for all info. Pierre Robert is here. How do?
Excellent. Good day.
Nice to see you, sir.
Lovely day. I wanted to mention in terms of appearances, tomorrow, my broadcast will be from Comcast downtown because they're cashing in on being the second prize winner for Camp Out for Hunger last year.
Are you up in the amphitheater that they have upstairs?
I don't
know. They have a whole broadcast facility up there.
I didn't know that. Because I'm working up a song and dance routine. So
nice.
That could be possibly the place.
It's me and my shadow, right?
Yeah. We're going to be in one of the two major Comcast buildings downtown. I'm not sure which. I mean, we could even be just on a at a table in the lobby. I don't know where they're going to put us. But I don't know if we'll draw amphitheater crowd.
well, the facility itself is really cool because it has an amazing view of the city.
Is this the slightly newer one?
It's the newer building.
Four Seasons in it?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I mean, they're both relatively new and gigantic and major parts of the skyline. So one of the two will be in tomorrow.
Cool.
But they are the second prize winner, and so they get the booby prize of having me. But there it is. We'll be there. And that'll be fun.
Excellent. All right. How about our letter of the day?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
O, as in O'Reilly.
All righty. And we are going to give away a pair of tickets and Mammoth VIP experience for two as MMR presents Mammoth WVH Mammoth 2 Tour 2023. With Nita Strauss, and that's going to be Saturday, November 18th at Keswick Theater. Tickets are sold out for the show, by the way. The VIP experience includes a laminate, limited edition signed poster, sound check access, band Q&A, and a group photo as well. So that's going to be solid. We'll give that away on Friday. What do you have in store for the program today?
Well, we got more Blink 182 tickets for their show next summer, which will be cool. Goes on sale Friday. We've got workforce blocks of Green Day. We will play, as you did. I think you, in the 9 o'clock hour, played the new Green Day song.
Yeah.
And we will get to that again in a block of Green Day, a block of Joe Walsh, and a block of Rush, which you'll have no interest in.
None whatsoever. I was playing some Rush yesterday, jamming to some Rush yesterday
What
on
song?
the drums. I was playing Free Will.
Okay.
I love it.
It's a great song.
I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Lincoln Mills Haunted House. You can get your tickets today at lincolnmillshaunt.com. Also brought to you by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow is a Wednesday. Fox Good Day and Secret Textory. We will have those, and we will fill the rest of the program with all kinds of other things, and hopefully be celebrating a trip to the World Series. We'll see. Hang in there, Phils. Make it happen tonight at the bank. Here we go. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve. Mm-hmm.